Chapter 1343. The demon folk covered in snakes all fell down, rotting and festering in the air. They fell into the swamp of flesh and blood, kicking up wisps of smoke that wriggled like snakes. Dark red, orange, indigo, dark green. Countless colors spread out in the swamp of flesh and blood, weaving and merging with one another, constantly changing and changing. It was an indescribably beautiful sight. Clouds of smoke and miasma rose up from the ground, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. Even the demon folk who had failed to gather over in the first place collapsed in the smell, becoming a part of it in the end. The demon emperor was stunned. He immediately realized that the flesh and blood of the huge snake was venomous. The demon kings gripped their throats firmly, using their sharp claws to rip at their organs in an attempt to force out the venom. However, smoke snakes slithered out from the gaping wounds, wrapping around them slowly. The demon kings collapsed one by one, rotting into mud. Thousands of smoke snakes merged with the miasma. The army of several million demon folk had been completely annihilated. Only their commander remained. The demon emperor suppressed it with all his might. The trembling in his hand became more and more violent. No, wrong. It made the unyielding sword's heart throb more and more violently. A bitter taste filled its mouth, the taste of fear. The snake's eyes lit up, shining with golden light like the eyes of a dragon. It opened its abyss-like mouth and sucked in deeply. The miasma surged in. It constantly twisted its mangled body, producing dense scales. Every single scale was a different color, and they constantly changed, reflecting off the mottled miasma. A pair of sharp horns extended from the snake's head, rapidly unfurling and branching like the antlers of a deer. The flame-like mane extended from its back to its tail. For sharp claws extended from the snake's body, supporting its colossal body. It raised its head and roared at the sky. A violent aura swept out for thousands of kilometers, filled with fury and reluctance. The demon king! The unyielding sword almost flew out of his hand. The demon emperor discovered that a woman's face had appeared above the dragon's head. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and smiled mysteriously. The demon dragon took off into the air. He rode off on his sword without the slightest hesitation, even though he was in the demon domain. The demon king could be regarded as an important figure. But how could someone from the 9 states have such a cultivation base? Although the demonic seed could greatly increase one's cultivation, it could not allow one to jump 2 major realms in one go. Moreover, there would definitely be heavenly tribulations during this process, unless the person's strength was already at the 5th heavenly tribulation. Dragon, human emperor, 9 regions. Could it be? Looking back, under the illumination of the black sun, the world was empty, and the army tents rose and fell continuously. Dead silence. That swamp of flesh and blood had evaporated completely, devoured by the giant dragon. At this moment, even the colorful dragon had disappeared. Just now, everything was like a nightmare. Sikong, hide your sword. A voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Startled, he slowly turned his head, only to see the colorful lights in the void receding, revealing a handsome man with a dignified appearance. She had a slender figure and long limbs. There was a diamond-shaped gem embedded in her forehead. 7 colors circulated within it, adding a bit of mystery to her appearance. She was currently staring at him coldly. You are Nightmare Dragon? Kuanpeng circled above the 9 provinces again and again, staring at the ground with its eagle eyes that were as sharp as swords. Even as graceful as she was, her heart was extremely heavy right now. Smoke rose into the sky from the surroundings of the 9 provinces. That was demon chi that constantly surged out of the demon caverns. The vile aura contaminated millions of lands. Millions of lives had been demonized. If these demon caverns were not sealed up, this world would become a demon domain sooner or later, even if demon folk did not invade. However, that was nothing compared to the true threat. Gazing at the boundary between the Green Province and the Mist Province, the maw of hungry ghosts had already become an abyss that stretched over 1,000 kilometers, and it was constantly ripping apart. Everything in the surroundings was falling in. The demon domain was terrifying, but it did not possess the ability to devour worlds. As long as all the demon caverns were suppressed, there would be a day when all the scars would be healed, and the contaminated land would be purified. It was impossible to seal up such a colossal maw of hungry ghosts. The laws of death had already begun distorting this world, devouring it faster and faster. The destruction of the world of the 9 provinces was only a matter of time. She sighed and flapped her wings, flying thousands of kilometers away, and landing in a pure white city in the surging sea of clouds. A pair of eyes opened quietly. They were scarlet red like fire, magnificent and resplendent. Li Qingshan discovered that he was lying on the surface of the water. Milky white light rippled around him as white wings wrapped around him. The handsome faces were mixed with a mixture of respect and fear. When he glanced past them, they all shifted their gazes away, afraid to meet his eyes. He murmured, "I really feel like I've ascended to heaven." The feathered people looked at one another. They had no idea what he meant. "First Father, you're awake." Li Fengyuan made his way over in surprise and joy. "Where is this?" Li Qingshan yawned. He felt a sense of relief from exhaustion. This is the holy land of the feathered people. Who knows how many years this pool of Holy Spirit fluid has been accumulated? Just healing you used up half of it. So much for getting them to agree. If it wasn't bathwater, I would have drunk the remaining half of the pool. Hearing the words bathwater, the feathered people's expressions turned ugly. However, they had objected to Li Fengyuan bringing the city amongst the clouds to participate in the war. They were afraid that Li Qingshan would settle the score with them later, so they didn't care about the Holy Land anymore. That day Li Fengyuan, the king of cooking meat, wanted to help the First Father. However, after personally witnessing the level of the war, he realized that he was just a stopgap member of the 4 heavenly kings. Not only could he not be of much help, but he might also need Li Qingshan's protection. If he was accidentally captured as a hostage, he would be more of a hindrance than a help. Thus he wisely chose to watch from afar. When it came to the decisive battle on Dragon Head Mountain, outsiders were not allowed to interfere. Finally, the First Father obtained the final victory. He could only continue to do his logistics work and heal Li Qingshan's injuries with the Phoenix Fire. The effect was very obvious. If we're going to drink, we're going to drink. I'm already prepared. I hope that the First Father can defeat Hui Long and unify the 9 provinces. Li Qingshan laughed out loud. Then we'll have to find a few beautiful winged human chicks to drink with us. The expressions of all the winged humans darkened, but they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. So be it. A female winged human stole a glance and thought, it's not really shameful to drink with him. I'll sacrifice myself for the winged human race. With a bang the door opened. Gu Yinying walked in and said with a smile, "It's just that how can the chicks of the winged human race be worthy of Uncle Li? In my opinion, the 7 great foreign human races should each send a few chicks and have a banquet on Dragon Head Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Good idea. When the time comes, I'll have Yinying perform a dance for me." Smack! Before he finished speaking, he suffered a blow to the head. Gu Yinying sat diagonally at the side of the pool and waved her folding fan lightly. She smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied with this song?" Li Qingshan shook his head. "All right, we'll talk about the celebration later. Let me deal with the matter of the hungry ghost realm first, as well as those demon dens." Gu Yinying was surprised. "You still remember?" Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. "I've always wanted to save the world. Unfortunately, it's already too late." Gu Yinying sighed slightly, but her expression turned resolute again. "There's no time to celebrate. We have to leave the 9 provinces as soon as possible." Chapter 414, Dragon Transformation Destruction. Chapter 1344. Li Qingshan frowned and asked why. Gu Yinying told him everything she had seen and heard, which made his frown deepen and deepen. The feathered people present paled in fright. If the nest was destroyed, no eggs would remain intact. If the world of the 9 provinces was destroyed, they could only go to the hungry ghost realm or the demon domain. Either one would be a choice worse than death for them. And those living beings didn't even have such a choice. Li Qingshan pondered for a long time and asked, "Is it my fault?" Gu Yinying shook her head. "The path exists, the heart goes, there is no other choice." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "This is not your character. Why are you afraid of embarrassing me? Even if there are thousands of reasons, I can't absolve myself from the blame. It's really not easy to be a hero. Before I leave, let me do my best." With a splash, he jumped out of the pool, and the milky white spiritual liquid rolled down his bronze-colored body. He was naked, and he walked out of the door like a statue. No fault, Li Fengyuan gave him the clothes he had prepared. Li Qingshan shook off the red clothes and put them on. He tightened the belt and asked, "Where's little Anne?" "He seems to be digging up the bones." Big Wheel Temple of Lijiao. A white hand stroked the prayer wheel, and the whirring sound passed through the dark corridor. Turning a corner, the sunset dyed the palace built against the mountain red. It was quiet and glorious, and the chanting sound came from afar. Arriving at the main entrance of the hall, her white bare feet stepped over the high threshold. Thousands of monks were sitting neatly in the vast hall. The chanting sound was continuous, but it suddenly quieted down. The long-browed old monk sitting on the high platform said in a deep voice, "Amitba, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved." His voice shook the house. It was deafening like thunder. Thousands of monks said together, "The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved." Many pairs of eyes were attracted by the white ghost-like figure, and their voices were not as powerful and decisive as the old monks. She seemed not to hear it, and walked past the monks to the high platform. Ja, the long-browed old monk straightened his back. His shriveled body suddenly swelled up and tightened the scarlet kasaya. There were 3 monks on his left and right, all of them looking angry. The 7 great monk kings of the Big Wheel Temple were ready to strike. Their aura was like a prison or an ocean, rushing toward her. She acted as if she didn't hear any of this. Step by step, she walked to the front of the high platform. The battle was about to begin, but she walked around the side of the platform. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at the long-browed old monk. Except for her. All the monks looked at the old monk. The veins on the old monk's forehead were popping out. He clenched his fists tightly, like a Vajra glaring at them. He was about to protect them and subdue the demon. The moment she brushed past him, she suddenly deflated and sat back down on the platform. She came to the back of the hall and cut open a stone door with her sword, entering the deep underground palace. In the Hall of Great Strength, a monk king said, "Abbot, the enemies of the Buddha have invaded the relic palace. Quickly activate the rotation formation. How can you blaspheme the corporeal body relics of our predecessors?" The long-browed old monk retorted, "So what if we activate the formation?" For a moment, the crowd in the hall was stirred up. "We will fight the enemy of Buddha. We swear to live and die with Big Wheel Temple. Let her know that Big Wheel Temple is not a place where she can come and go as she pleases." The long-browed old monk said again, "We can fight with her, but what if Li Qingshan comes?" All the monks were silent. Most of them had not seen Li Qingshan with their own eyes, so they did not know much about the cause and effect of the battle on Mount Dragon Head. However, the ending of the Lingua Temple was known by everyone, and it shocked all the Buddhist disciples in the world. It rose from the mountain and crossed thousands of miles. It was thrown in front of Mount Dragon Head. Such power was unimaginable, making people lose the courage to fight against it. The long-browed old monk put his palms together and closed his eyes. Let's leave it to fate. She had already come to the depths of the underground palace, right below the Hall of Great Strength. The belly of the mountain was hollowed out, and a 9-story building was built. Dried corpses were sitting there, and they were the corporeal body relics left by the previous eminent monks. Because they worshipped the Chakravarti Saint King, if they had no hope of ascending, they would reincarnate with a bit of their real spirits. So they kept a lot of corporeal body relics. She shook her hand, and the 3 burial robe floated up, wrapping around a dried corpse. She recited the 3 burial scripture, and lines of blasphemous scriptures flowed on the 3 burial robe. The eyes of the dried corpse blinked, and its skin turned from yellow to white. Its sunken cheeks gradually became rosy, and it looked no different from a living person. It stood up and knelt in front of her, putting its palms together. "Honored Master." The 3 burial robe, the living dead, flesh and bones, reincarnating the dead, and converting people to the path of bones. In a moment, the dried corpses stood up one after another. There were men and women among them, and regardless of their age and appearance when they died, They all returned to the appearance of their prime. All of them were youthful and full of vitality, and their eyes shone with a bright luster. They were different from the skeletal demons, formed by the skull prayer beads, and the skeletal ghost king in the Blood Sea banner. They all had the power and wisdom of their previous lives, but they were converted by her, and became her disciples. Those who could place the corporeal body relics here were all the eminent monks of the Big Wheel Temple. It could be said that if she walked out now, she could build a holy land of Buddhism that did not belong to the Lingua Temple. A monk stepped forward. "Honored Master, the current abbot of the Big Wheel Temple was originally my disciple. I'm willing to go up and discuss Dharma with him, so that he can break the cycle of reincarnation and convert to the sect. What if he doesn't obey? Then we can only grant him nirvana, and then ask the honored master to convert him." The eminent monks walked out of the underground palace, and not long after, the Big Wheel Temple converted. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows slightly. Sometimes he really did not understand what this child was doing, and it made him sigh. The little one who had doubts and asked him for guidance on the path of bones was gone forever? What about little Ming? Gu Yinying said. He's trying to control the sky-climbing vine at the Dragon Head Mountain, and let it communicate with the Azura path. Li Qingshan nodded. All he lacks is resources. If he succeeds, I'm afraid he'll be able to pass the fourth heavenly tribulation very soon. We can also follow this sky-climbing vine, and go to the Azura path if we want, to the demonic beast path if we want to, and if we want to. His voice gradually slowed down, and an idea appeared in his mind, but it was erratic, vague, and difficult to grasp. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly he had an idea. Wait, I have a good idea. If we succeed, we can not only save the world, but it will also be of great benefit to us. We can do what Chualong wanted to do, but failed to do. Gu Yinying's eyes flashed. You mean? Let's go, we'll talk about it at the Dragon Head Mountain. The Kuanping rose with the wind, and Gu Yinying said to Li Qingshan on her back, Aren't your injuries all healed? Why don't you fly over yourself? The situation is so urgent, aren't you fast? As the saying goes, capable people do more work. Also, please be polite to the hero, who is about to save the world. Li Qingshan spread his legs, and stood on the Kuanping's back like a thorn. Do you know that you can be really annoying sometimes? We've arrived at the Dragon Head Mountain. Hurry up and get off. Gu Yinying rolled her eyes, and the Kuanping went around the sky-climbing vine that connected the sky and the earth, and slowly landed on the Dragon Head Mountain. To be continued. P.S. Those who voted are all good people. Great people. Chapter 415, Convert Save the World. Chapter 1345. A sky-climbing vine suddenly pierced through the void and stabbed at Kuanping. Gu Yinying dodged the attack elegantly, but more sky-climbing vines pierced through the void, forcing her to retract her wings and land in front of Dragon Head Mountain instead. Luo Ho Xiaoming was standing on a steep rock at the foot of the mountain. Li Qingshan jumped down and landed on a rock not far away. Even though he knew that he hadn't finished it, he couldn't help but ask, How is it? Luo Ho Xiaoming pursed his lips and shook his head slightly. No. Hey, you're a god, how can you say no? Luo Ho Xiaoming puffed out his chest and raised his head. I'm a god of war, not a gardener. This sky-climbing vine isn't even 1,000 years old. It's only grown to this size because of excessive enthusiasm. It hasn't formed any spiritual consciousness at all, let alone become a spiritual monster. With our cultivation, it's easy to destroy it, but it's almost impossible to control it. Li Qingshan knew that plant spiritual monsters were famous for their long lifespans, but their growth was also extremely slow. The more exotic a plant was, the more difficult it was to become a spiritual monster. It often took a long time to form spiritual consciousness, but it was only at the level of a wild beast. After a long time, it would possess intelligence equal to that of a normal human. Otherwise, with so many thousand-year-old spiritual herbs and towering trees in the world, if it was so easy to become spiritual monsters, the world would be full of plant spirits. In fact, among the 72 demon monarchs, there were only a few plant spirits. If this sky-climbing vine could become a spiritual monster one day, it wouldn't even be considered a child now. It was almost in the embryonic stage, still in a state of chaos. It acted based on instinct, unable to communicate, and wouldn't be threatened or tempted. Li Qingshan was a little unwilling. Then how can Qian Rongji control this sky-climbing vine? That has to be done when this sky-climbing vine is very young, injecting its own consciousness to control it. Otherwise, why do you think Chualong left behind such a huge hidden danger? No matter how much he trusts his fellow disciples, he might as well control this sky-climbing vine himself. That Qian Rongji probably calculated this. To some extent, Suolong's defeat had a lot to do with this characteristic of the sky-crawling vine. Li Qingshan looked up at the heaven-climbing vines on Dragon Head Mountain. He didn't speak for a long time, and his expression was very disappointed. He wholeheartedly wanted to be the hero who saved the world. But if he couldn't control the heaven-climbing vine, then everything would be over. Am I really not made to be a hero? Gu Yinying was used to seeing him fight to the death. No matter how distressed he was or how dangerous the situation was, he had never shown such an expression. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel sorry for him, so he advised, "Qingshan, let it go." Li Qingshan took a deep breath. "Xiaoming, can I ask you a question?" "Speak." Li Qingshan grinned, but he realized that his smile was a little forced. He exhaled and said seriously, "When you realize what you've done, you'll know that you've done something wrong. How do you feel?" "It shot down the stars, destroyed the world, and slaughtered all living beings." What a grand and magnificent phrase. When he first heard this, his heart was filled with envy, and he longed to possess this kind of inconceivably great power. Other than that, he didn't feel much else. But at this moment, when faced with this situation, even if he wasn't the direct perpetrator, he still felt extremely heavy. He remembered that he had just returned to the 9 states. Little and slaughtered billions of living beings in several states, which shocked him greatly. But how could he bear to blame her? He said that he had to bear this sin, but it was just empty words. Now, he suddenly realized that he didn't understand the weight of this sin. This feeling was completely different. Luo Ho Xiaoming closed his eyes, and his face was cold. "I don't want to answer. You're really an amazing guy." Li Qingshan praised him sincerely. He thought of the first time he saw him, and how he looked like he had lost his fighting spirit. He really didn't think much of it. He felt that his spirit was not even comparable to that of an ordinary Azura, and it was even worse than his own. But now he understood how powerful he was, because it was actually very easy to get rid of this sense of guilt. He just had to shout, "The world is heartless and treats all living beings like dogs, and treat all living beings like ants." Many cultivators did this, and he could do the same. As the saying went, "It's not me who's wrong, it's the world." He could also push the blame to his mother, or even to all living beings. Who asked you to be so weak? This world is the law of the jungle. In both his previous and current lives, Li Qingshan had heard too many such opinions, but he didn't. He chose to bear the sin, and became depressed day by day until he died. Even if he was reborn in the fire of karma, and no longer suffered from the backlash of karma, this weight wouldn't disappear. Why bother? Luo Ho Xiaoming opened his left eye and glanced at him. "Aren't you the same?" "Yes, me too." Since they didn't want to twist their hearts, invert right and wrong, and didn't want to shirk responsibility, they could only bear it themselves. This was their pride. Two people who treated all living beings like dogs couldn't stay together for too long. Gu Yinying clapped her hands. "All right, let's stop flattering each other. Boys, when do we set off?" "Qingshan, you can let Deep Blue Lil Fatty take your female friends from the South Sea away from this world. But we can't help the others. Let me try again." Li Qingshan leaped up and arrived on Dragon Head Mountain. The densely packed sky-climbing vines entangled him, but they were shattered by the pitch-black power of vibration as soon as they came into contact with his body. He arrived in front of the sky-climbing vines. The vines were like a dark blue wall, and he broke through the wall and stepped inside. The vines were hollow, and a winding passageway led to the sky, disappearing into the void. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed, and his mind was as calm as still water. He first used the spirit turtle to make predictions, and then used various techniques. After a long while, Li Qingshan's mind gradually became turbulent. All of his techniques had failed, and he laughed self-deprecatingly. I really am a standard hypocrite. Yes, even if he had to choose 100 times, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Even at this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of regret. For the sake of fulfilling his wish, he would do it even if he had to slaughter everyone with his own hands. This was the stubbornness of the ox demon, the violence of the tiger demon, and the willfulness of the ape demon. However, looking back, when he first embarked on this path, he had wanted to become Wuxia. In the end, the sins he had committed were thousands of times more than the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold. Life sure was filled with irony. If he wanted to become a hero king, perhaps he could only achieve it in a place like a small world with absolute strength. No, even in a small world, countless innocent people have died because of him. His emotions surged, and his scarlet hair gradually faded. The flames in his scarlet eyes were extinguished, and his handsome face recovered its original chiseled appearance. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he was unable to smile or let go. This unparalleled demon king, who dominated the world, was like a mortal who had made a mistake. He showed a guilty expression and murmured, "I'm sorry." At that moment, his heart pounded, and a certain shadow suddenly appeared in the depths of his consciousness. To be continued. Chapter 416, I'm sorry. Chapter 1346. Dragon head, antlers of deer, eyes of a lion, back of a tiger, waist of a bear, scales of a snake, hooves of a horse and tail of a pig. A magnificent, dignified divine beast strode through the air, slowly making its way over from the darkness. Its footsteps were composed and steady, without the slightest hint of malice or malice. Its light green eyes met Li Qingshan's. They were filled with exuberant life force, like the spring breeze in March. It was refreshing. It lowered its head and licked Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan's furrowed brows eased up. He murmured, "This is a new transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine." It gave him a completely different feeling from the other transformations. The 3 transformations went without saying, but it was very different from the 2 divine transformations. It was noble, but it did not have the reserved pride of the phoenix. It was intelligent, but it did not have the deep coldness of the spirit turtle. Even the weakest creature standing in front of it wouldn't feel threatened at all. Its heart would be filled with peace and harmony, and it could not help but want to get closer to it. This strange charm could not be described with words. It made him feel the beating of his heart, the flow of his blood, the warmth of his skin, the taste of his mouth. These complicated and detailed sensations merged together to form a feeling known as life. Nothing was more precious than life. Even something as insignificant as an ant had the instinct to survive. It was a source of motivation that surpassed everything that was engraved in the souls of all living beings. Even if it was someone as formidable as a cultivator, what they pursued was nothing more than the word longevity. And they were no different from ants. If he could put himself in their shoes, he would definitely be able to understand the meaning of life and pity the difficulties of life. Instead of being a hypocrite, I might as well be an ambitious person who would rather betray the world than the world betray me. That way, I can live a simple and joyful life instead. It's a pity that I'm not that ambitious person. Even though I've committed so many crimes, I still want to be a king of chivalry, who upholds justice. Li Qingshan sighed and closed his eyes. A mantra slowly appeared in his mind. The Qilin takes pity on the common people. Legend had it that the Qilin originated from the creation of the world. It was the sovereign of all beasts. It spent its entire life walking through space, never stepping on the ground. It was not because it was reserved or afraid of being contaminated, but because it was unwilling to harm a single blade of grass. Possessing great power, yet not abusing it, and instead being even more careful, was a beast of extreme benevolence. If there were no Qilin in the world, people would doubt the truth of heaven's benevolence. He firmly believed that heaven and earth are heartless and treat all living things as dogs, was the so-called heavenly Tao. This was the 3rd divine transformation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, Qilin transformation. The Qilin raised its head and cried out. It ferociously leapt into his chest, and turned into a Qilin longevity strategy. After watching Li Qingshan enter the heaven-climbing vine, Gu Yinying and Luo Ho Xiaoming waited at the foot of the mountain. Even after the sun had set, and the sky was filled with stars, there was still no sign of him. Why isn't he out yet? Don't tell me you're hiding inside and crying. Ever since Gu Yinying received the Kuan Peng's inheritance, she felt that she couldn't stay still any longer. She wanted to soar into the sky immediately. Luo Ho Xiaoming glared at her and ignored her. Being snubbed, Gu Yinying rubbed her nose. Fine, you two are birds of the same feather. A good person like me can't understand your feelings. No, he might still have a way. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes flickered. He then told Gu Yinying earnestly, receiving that person's inheritance is your fortune, but don't forget who you are. If your heart is erased, you won't be able to go far. Gu Yinying spoke with a serious expression. Thank you for the reminder. I will always remember these words. She suddenly thought of her eldest disciple. If she had accepted her suggestion and chosen that more comfortable path, she would still be a small foundation establishment cultivator right now, and might have died in some chaotic battle. Even if she survived, she would have been drifting along with the flow, and would never have been able to control her own fate. The sun rose and the moon set. Time quickly passed. The hungry ghosts' maw tore apart faster and faster, devouring living beings. Luo Ho Xiaoming suddenly opened his eyes. He looked towards the peak of the mountain. At some point, Li Qingshan arrived at the edge of the cliff, nodded slightly at Luo Ho Xiaoming, and looked into the distance, overlooking the mountains. Countless vines tried to entangle him, but this time, he didn't use the power of vibration, and let the vines pierce into his body. Gu Yinying was surprised. What is he trying to do? Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled. Probably to save the world. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan was drowned by the vines, and the thousands of vines twisted into a ball of vines, wrapping him tightly inside. Even with Li Qingshan's current cultivation level, he couldn't withstand this kind of extraction. His vitality was quickly drained, and his sturdy body shriveled up. His eyes were calm and peaceful, glowing with a faint green color, as he silently operated the Qilin longevity strategy. In the small world in his body, a tender green grass suddenly grew on the vast land. It was so fragile, but it changed the whole small world in an instant, as if a puppet had gained life. Earth, fire, wind, water, and space were the basic elements that formed a world. But if there was no life, even if it was the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 3,000 worlds, or even the 9 heavens, it was meaningless to exist. It was because of the existence of these many lives that they were like clusters of sparks, illuminating the long night. The newborn Qilin transformation not only didn't affect the balance of the small world, but it also perfectly integrated into it, giving Li Qingshan new power. He waved his right hand lightly, and the vines scattered. Luo Ho Xiaoming was overjoyed. He succeeded. In fact, in such a short time, Li Qingshan didn't cultivate the first stage of the Qilin longevity strategy, but he had a trace of the Qilin's bloodline, which allowed him to communicate with all living beings and exert influence on them. In the past, none of the transformations had such an effect. When he cultivated the first stage of the ox demon transformation, it only strengthened his physique and increased his strength. The nature of this power wasn't as simple as controlling plants. It was a power that was close to the origin, the Tao of living beings. He used this power to communicate with the heaven-climbing vine. And with a thought, the heaven-climbing vine's end was pulled away from the human realm, and it coiled up on the mountain peak, looking extremely docile. Li Qingshan felt lucky. If he lost his benevolence and was obsessed with killing, he would only want to challenge the strong and ignore the living beings that were weaker than him. Then he would never be able to understand the true meaning of the Qilin transformation. Now he was just getting a glimpse of it, but he was already shocked by the magical power of the Qilin transformation. It wasn't any weaker than any of the transformations in the past, and in some aspects, it was even stronger. However, the Qilin transformation also had its unique restrictions, which was that it could only live, not kill. It couldn't have evil intentions towards the living beings it communicated with, and it couldn't be used to destroy or kill. For example, if he wanted to kill the heaven-climbing vine, or use it to destroy his enemies, he wouldn't be able to succeed. He still had to slowly explore the various mysteries behind it, and now all he had to do was save the world. The void-swallowing beast swam over from afar, and Li Qingshan gave an order. Devour the world, deep blue fatty. To be continued. P.S. New transformation benevolent beast seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1347. Under the vast starry sky, the deep blue sky-devouring beast leaped out of the sea like a giant whale. It opened its abyss-like mouth and swallowed the entire Dragon Head Mountain, including Li Qingshan and the sky-climbing vine. Li Qingshan stepped on the sky-climbing vine and made it stretch out in the dark void, going deeper into the sky-devouring beast's body. After a while, he opened his eyes and said excitedly, "It's done!" In a star billions of miles away, the god of the world, Li Qingshan's mirror avatar, clearly saw the sky-climbing vine piercing through the void and into this world. Everything was as he expected. His plan was actually very simple, which was to use the sky-climbing vine to connect the 9 provinces world and the small world, opening up a path of life. He was not sure if it would succeed, because the sky-climbing vine could connect the 9 provinces world and the human realm, because the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds had a natural connection. In the vast void, the 2 stars were separated by millions of miles, so no matter how strong the sky-climbing vine was, it would not be able to connect them together. The reason why it succeeded was because of the deep blue little fatty. In a sense, it was the clone of the small world, and the connection between the 2 was even closer than the 3,000 worlds and the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, under normal circumstances, the 2 were still separated from each other. Everything that the deep blue little fatty devoured would be transmitted to the small world through a special organ in its body. It was actually still a whole body, just not like normal living beings. However, this kind of transmission had to go through a digestion process. Even the god of the world Li Qingshan could not even think about sending himself back, let alone other living beings. Once they entered its mouth, only death awaited them. Even a great cultivator could not withstand this kind of digestion. Now Li Qingshan implanted the sky-climbing vine deep into the organ, that deep blue little fatty used for transmission, and successfully connected them. He could finally let go of all his worries, and let the deep blue little fatty devour the 9 provinces world. This was also the only way to save the world. Li Qingshan flew out of the deep blue little fatty's body in high spirits. He did not look disappointed at all. "Haha, I really am a genius. Great genius. What do you want to do? Do you need our help?" Gu Yining was also affected by his mood, and felt inexplicably happy. She thought of the big monkey in the small world. Li Qingshan ordered without holding back. "Yining, go notify the cultivators who have undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation and above. Tell them to gather in the South Sea. Once I've devoured the 9 provinces, I'll send them to another world." The cultivation of the great cultivators and demon kings was too high for the current small world to accommodate. However, after Deep Blue Fatty had swallowed most of the 9 prefectures, it would definitely be able to hold it. A strange expression appeared on Gu Yining's face. Why did his words sound so sinister? However, seeing that he was in high spirits, she didn't say anything else and immediately soared into the sky. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled and said, "What about me?" Li Qingshan said, "Go to the South Sea and help me look after the place. There are many conflicts between these great cultivators, demon kings, and mutant kings. Great cultivators are also divided into the righteous path, the demonic path, and different sections. There were almost no demon kings of the same species, much less mutants. Don't think I'm not there yet." So they started fighting each other, and most of them died. My good intentions were wasted. He pondered and said, "Yeah, when we get to the small world, we can come up with a way to separate them. Humans belong to humans. Demons belong to demons. If the mutants want to be gods, let them be." Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "All right, I'll kill whoever makes a move." Li Qingshan sighed and said, "Now that I hear you say that, I really can't bear to do it. I'm a benevolent Qilin now. Have you heard of Qilins?" He then chuckled and said, "But it's a good idea." After Luo Ho Xiaoming left, Li Qingshan shouted, "Grow! Grow, grow. Like an inflatable stick, Deep Blue Little Fatty swelled up until it reached a height of 30,000 meters, filling the space between heaven and earth. White clouds floated below it and could be seen clearly from 1,000 miles away. It opened its mouth as wide as it could as if its body was about to be ripped apart, devouring everything: the earth, the magma, the air, the rivers, and even the entire space. It made Li Qingshan think of a game called Pac-Man from his past life. He could not help but laugh aloud. Eat, eat! Gluttons save the world! Deep Blue Little Fatty ate everything within 500 kilometers of Dragon's Head Mountain in a single gulp. Even the magma underground was swallowed clean. Afterwards, it headed straight south and arrived at the border between the Dragon Province and the Mist Province, snatching food from the Hungry Ghost Realm. The Hungry Ghost Realm did possess the ability to devour worlds, but it was not as simple and violent as the space-devouring beasts. Time passed quickly. In just over a month, Deep Blue Little Fatty had already devoured most of the 9 provinces, including trillions of lives. With a benevolent heart, Li Qingshan practiced the Qilan's method of longevity and pushed his Qilan bloodline to the limit. His eyes rippled with green light as he picked out all the lives in the world. Even the tiniest mayflies in the water were delivered into the miniature world through the heaven-climbing vine. The space-devouring beasts followed his will and selectively digested what they devoured. Li Qingshan discovered that the miniature world welcomed these lives very much. To the miniature world, as long as they were contained within it, they were a part of it. Living beings seemed to be extremely precious resources. Sometimes, sending over a group of humans was even more beneficial to the will of the world than swallowing an entire mountain. If receiving the favor of the will of the world could be described as a child of destiny, then Li Qingshan could be described as the father of destiny of the miniature world right now. The spiritual qi of the miniature world was originally thin and narrow. It could not even accommodate cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Ever since Li Qingshan became a world god, the level of the miniature world could be said to have increased at an insane rate. Now it was about to break through to the 3rd heavenly tribulation. This speed was even faster than an ordinary person becoming a grand cultivator. It could be said that the miniature world was indebted to him for giving it a new lease on life. The constantly strengthening miniature worlds will practically loved and respected him, as if he was its own father. It was completely like, do whatever you want, do whatever you want. He could control the miniature world's avatar, Deep Blue Little Fatty, as if it was his own arm. It was extremely smooth. This humongous creature that filled up the heavens and earth was even more obedient than a pet dog. In the process, he also met many familiar faces. In the desert east of the Red Prefecture, a man was swallowed into the body of a space-devouring beast along with a city wall. Li Qingshan vaguely felt that it was a little familiar. A sickly face appeared in his mind, and a name slipped out of his mouth. Huang Binga. The current him no longer looked sickly, and his complexion was much better. It was just that his hair was white, and his face was full of wrinkles. He had already aged a little. He had actually broken through the first heavenly tribulation and become a foundation establishment cultivator. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter he had encountered. He could not help but think of that life and death battle with the ginseng foragers many years ago. The hunters of Drawn Rain's village had rained down arrows, and Huang Bingu had stood high up on a rock, never missing his target. At that time, his life had been on the line, and he could not care about anything else. But now, he clearly remembered the lush forest around him, the bright sunlight above his head, and an old bull with a broken horn pulling the cart, creaking as it moved forward. Brother Bull even used his horn to stab someone to death at that time. That guy must have felt that he was extremely unlucky to actually die under the horn of an old bull. But he did not know that it was an honor. His memories gradually came back to him, and they were even more vivid than they were back then. Chapter 418. Vaguely Familiar Faces. Chapter 1348. In the southern part of the Boundless Mountains, a rat demon general and a nest of rat demons were swallowed by a void-devouring beast. He shrieked hysterically. As he rolled around in the vines, he shouted, "Spare me, great king of the North Moon." Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. So it was this rat king who had once tried to kill him. He called himself a cat-eating rat. But Xuanyue's meow had frightened him into scurrying away. He did not expect her to recognize him. However, he did not know that this rat king had not slept well ever since he heard of the North Moon Demon King. As for the cat demon who had once carved the two words North Moon on his ox horns, who knew where he had run off to, but it did not matter. As long as he continued like this, he would see her eventually. A dark-faced old man called Diao Fei made Li Qingshan think of his time as a hawkwolf guard in Jiaping City. The clearest image was not of how he fought with his superior, but how the courtesan called Furong had seduced him coquettishly, making him so disgusted that he punched him. Originally, he wanted to drink with him, but Diao Fei paled as soon as he saw him. In the end, he left the matter unsettled. It was a pity for all the fine alcohol he had collected in the world. Other than preventing Deep Blue Little Fatty from digesting the living, he had to save the alcohol for himself. Although he liked alcohol, he was not a drunkard. He did not care what kind of alcohol he had. He stored all of it in a metal gourd, enough to fill a lake. The iron gourd was an arcane treasure. Its original function was to absorb the enemy's techniques. Gu Yinying had obtained it from somewhere and gifted it to him. She also reported the situation of the South Sea to him in passing. The great battle royale he worried about did not happen, so she could not help but praise the Rahu god. Little Ming had calmed down. They really did live up to their name. However, for some reason, Gu Yinying's smile was rather strange. Drinking alone tastes bad. Drinking alone is tasteless. Fortunately, he soon met Hao Pingyang, a hero of Moism who had once fought alongside him. He was already close to the second heavenly tribulation and had built a city of mechanisms deep in the mountains. Hao Pingyang enthusiastically responded to Li Qingshan's invitation. He talked about his adventures in the zombie cave and reminisced about his fellow disciples who had passed away. As he sighed, he was already dead drunk. Li Qingshan threw him into Deep Blue's mouth and sent him to another world. By the time he arrived in Salt Mountain City, it had already become an active volcano. He had never expected Yu Shuquang to be here, and he was all alone. He was already old, guarding an empty grave in retirement, already prepared to be buried here. Old Master Yu emotionally asked Li Qingshan to fulfill his wish. He didn't want to go anywhere else. Li Qingshan thought about it carefully. He commanded Deep Blue Little Fatty to swallow him whole and toss him into the sky-climbing vine. Neo Wuxia isn't that easy to deal with. Even though Qingzhou was in ruins and had experienced many disasters, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. There were still many familiar faces for Li Qingshan, most of them old acquaintances from the 100 schools of thought. Unknowingly, those familiar faces appeared one by one. Most of them had become old. This was the path of cultivation. Not everyone could continue on this path of cultivation. Suddenly, Li Qingshan discovered he was actually still so young. He was so young that he seemed like he had just left the mountain village and ventured into the Jianghu with great ambition. But now the Jianghu was far away. The green province that spanned 15,000 kilometers could no longer accommodate his wanderings. He was just about to leave the mountain village, known as the 9 provinces, and venture into an even vaster world. The 6 realms of Sasra are endless. The 9 provinces are but a corner of it. Returning to the 100 schools of thought, the lake of dragons and snakes had already ceased to exist. All that was left was a deep valley. Black smoke and lava flowed within. It no longer resembled the past. His old acquaintances were separated, so where was the beauty? By the time he finished drinking the entire sea of ink, the Dragon King was nowhere to be seen. The pupilless scholar in green must have grown tired of this place and ventured into the true ocean. Perhaps he was waiting for him in the South Sea right now? The old grievances of being hunted down and dying in the Mist Province had been resolved long ago. Instead, he thanked Little and for fulfilling his end of the deal and fulfilling his wish. The South Sea Commandery, Savage Mountain, the Myriad Poison Cult, he revisited these places. When he devoured the White Lotus sect, he remembered the romantic encounter he once had in the Mist Province. As he reminisced about it, he could not help but drink a few more cups. As the space-devouring beast constantly devoured, his memories flowed faster and faster like a river. As the alcohol in the gourd flowed down his throat, even Li Qingshan felt a little tipsy. With a benevolent heart, he constantly devoured the world. A pair of foxy eyes had been observing him the entire time. This bastard really doesn't take me seriously. I told him to come see me as soon as he wakes up. Yet he's actually wasting time on something as boring as this. Don't tell me he really isn't afraid of the demon god Xiongqi at all? A stinky man was actually bold enough to ignore her charms. That was truly intolerable. This was her specialty. If he were pure and possessed of very high cultivation, then so be it. But this man just happened to be a lecher, and his cultivation was even below hers. Worst of all, their fates had already become deeply intertwined. Once they took this step, there would be no turning back. Once they failed, they would definitely be implicated. At the very least, their souls would disperse. However, since he had been chosen by that person, perhaps he would become her greatest pillar of support one day in the future. Using a space-devouring beast as a mount really is unheard of. What a magnificent sight. Her heart stirred slightly, and she licked her red lips. If I could see something like that often, it wouldn't be boring. However, with the king as an example, I can't be someone else's concubine anymore. Damn it, what am I thinking? But no matter what, I have to take him down. Achoo! Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and smiled drunkenly. There must be a beauty thinking of me. Come, let's keep drinking. Luo Ho Xiaoming pointed south lazily. In the best-case scenario, you better go and explain yourself. The great cultivators and demon kings of the 9 states were gathered above the South Sea. Their expressions were unusually nervous as they looked up at Li Qingshan, who was on the back of a space-devouring beast. Behind Li Qingshan, the 9 states had already turned into a vast ocean, all of which had fallen into deep blue little fatty's stomach. Luo Ho Xiaoming had been very relaxed during this period of time. He did not spend much effort to hold down the fort. When Li Qingshan began his journey to recall the glorious past, many cultivators were almost in despair. Of course, he was saving the world. But in the eyes of others, he was destroying the world and killing everyone. This was truly a great calamity that the 9 states had never faced before. The human Emperor Feng Long was indeed right. He was a terrifying great demon king. Although Gu Yenying had informed them of the situation, many cultivators were certain that Li Qingshan wanted to gather them together so that he could wipe them out in one fell swoop. After all, facts spoke louder than words. Under this terrifying threat, whether it be humans, demons, or other folk, they basically cast aside all prejudices and banded together tightly, waiting for the arrival of this decisive battle to the death. However, no one was confident they could emerge victorious, so the atmosphere of panic spread again and again. It had already reached its peak now. Li Qingshan's sneeze earlier had almost made many cultivators attack him directly, throwing their lives on the line. Fortunately, there were many old acquaintances of Li Qingshan here, so they had established a great principle beforehand. Before negotiations fail, no one is allowed to attack Li Qingshan. As a result, according to the agreement, the unraging monk stepped forward and smiled bitterly. Qingshan, what do you want? Chapter 1349. A colossal beast lay between the sky and the sea. Its deep blue skin seemed transparent, but it was also impossible to see through it. It opened its abyss-like mouth and swallowed the seawater and wind. It was noon, but the sun seemed dim. The sky gradually turned inky blue, as if night had fallen early. This was dusk of the world. The legendary demon king stood on the back of the colossal beast. Above his head were the resplendent stars, and the world prostrated beneath his feet. He did not answer the unraging monk's question. Instead, he spread his arms and asked loudly, "Fellow cultivators, you are all heroes of the 9 provinces. Have you ever seen such a magnificent sight before?" Everyone gazed at the figure and fell silent for a moment. The king of southern Yu Qianlingzi sighed. "Not only have I never seen it before, but I can't even imagine it." Li Qingshan smiled resplendently. "I've thought of it. A very, very long time ago." If he were serious, his words would not stand up to scrutiny at all. A very, very long time ago, He did not even know what space-devouring beasts were, so how could he have imagined it today? However, his expression made it impossible for anyone to believe him. He was confident that his 200 years of life would be equivalent to striking the water 3,000 kilometers away. The golden cicada spirit king brought his palms together and stood on the surface of the water. The conversation from back then appeared in his head, and he could not help but believe him. Amipa, you can't think of others, and you can't act as others. It's no wonder you're here today. Even a tiny tadpole in the well had the chance to become a resplendent star. Of course, Li Qingshan was still nowhere near that right now. He merely clambered over the edge of the well and saw a different starry sky. The air gradually thinned, and the curtain of night slowly descended. Above the vast ocean, the stars shone resplendently. After dusk came the long night. There's no time to explain. Once you get there, you'll naturally understand everything. Li Qingshan raised his arm and made an inviting gesture, like a hospitable host inviting guests through the door. But the door was the abyss-like chasm of the space-devouring beasts. Everyone hesitated. They did not dare to fight. There was nowhere to retreat to. Li Qingshan called out to the unraging monk with a smile. Hey, fat monk over there, don't stand there in a daze. I'm talking to you. Get in there. You little brat. The unraging monk shook his head with a bitter smile. He strode forward and threw off his monk robes, making his way into the chasm. He pressed his palms together and bowed. Buddha's bowl of water contains 84,000 worms. The fact that you have such a heart shows that you have a deep Buddhist nature. You have not been a Buddhist disciple in vain. Cutting off one's own flesh to feed the eagle, sacrificing one's life to feed the tiger, is something only Buddha can do. You don't have to feel too guilty. If he could persevere in his cultivation, he might be able to meet the revered one of the world one day. Please ask him to answer the questions in your heart. Li Qingshan said angrily. You are the one who has deep Buddhist nature. Your whole family has deep Buddhist nature. I have never regretted anything in my life. What was there to feel guilty about? You bald donkey. If you continue to blabber, I'll send you to meet Buddha right now. The unraging monk smiled and stepped into the chasm. With a mighty dragon roar, the dragon king of the sea, who had been missing all this while, leaped out of the sea and plunged into the abyss. Subsequently, the cultivators followed closely behind. Most of them were acquainted with Li Qingshan. Most of the remaining cultivators were wary, but the world had basically been hollowed out right now, beginning to collapse inwards. It was already on the verge of shattering. They could feel their spiritual chi rapidly flowing away. If they did not enter a world as soon as possible, they would have to face the boundless void. Even if they defeated Li Qingshan right now, only death would await them. The terrifying chasm was already their only chance of survival. After struggling internally, they finally clenched their teeth and threw themselves into it. In the boundless void, a star gradually dimmed. The circulation of earth, fire, wind, and water came to a screeching halt. With a rumble, it collapsed inwards, erupting with resplendent light. The light could last for 1,000 years, enough to reach hundreds of millions of kilometers away. It could draw over large numbers of space-devouring beasts. But in the blink of an eye, a deep blue bubble enveloped and devoured everything. In the eyes of the people from other worlds, perhaps it was just the extinguishing of a star. However, on the other side of the sea of stars, a star rapidly lit up, as if it was burning brightly. The unraging monk passed through the deep valley and arrived on the other side. All he saw was the vast sky and sea, a myriad of phenomena. For a moment he was dazed. It was clearly an extremely ordinary sight, yet it seemed so precious right now. It was basically dazzling. Li Qingshan walked out of the void. His aura was vast and distant, and his eyes were bottomless, as if the complicated and profound laws of the world flowed within them. He asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" The unraging monk could clearly sense that the Li Qingshan before him was completely different from the one he had met just now, yet they seemed to be connected somehow, as if they were a single entity. He said in surprise, "This is your clone. You're the god of this world." Li Qingshan nodded with a smile. The unraging monk sensed around silently and discovered that his strength was shackled. "Yeah, This world doesn't seem to be enough to accommodate a third heavenly tribulation cultivator. The cultivators who came later all discovered this as well. They felt very uneasy, but they also let out sighs of relief. This situation was actually extremely dangerous. They could not contend against the backlash of the laws of the world at all. If it were not for the protection of a god like Li Qingshan, they would all be doomed. However, at the very least, it proved that he truly had no intentions of harming them. Yeah, it's easy to get indigestion if you overeat. Everyone, please wait a moment. The space-devouring beast had devoured a world several times larger than itself in an extremely short amount of time, so it obviously could not fuse with it so quickly. Li Qingshan had his own plans too. He pointed downwards, and the ocean shook and surged. A lone mountain burst through the surface of the ocean, reaching straight for the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of mountains rose up, breaking through the sea, and continuing to expand until it formed a new continent. It was filled with rising and falling mountains, rapids, and dangerous shoals, with patches of wasteland in between. With a wave of his hand, vegetation grew and rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire continent was covered in a lush green color, and it suddenly became full of life. With another wave of his hand, birds and beasts returned, eagles soared in the blue sky, and tigers returned to the mountains. Thousands of beasts ran freely without restraints. There were also countless monsters hiding in the mountains and swamps. He placed all the demonic beasts of the 9 states on this continent. In an instant, the entire continent seemed to be filled with demonic aura. This is what I have prepared for my fellow cultivators of the demon race. From now on, all creatures compete for freedom in the frosty sky. They no longer need to mix with humans, and they will not be harmed by hunters, fishermen, or cultivators. However, it is natural selection, and the strong preys on the weak. They will inevitably be eliminated by the laws of nature. Everyone was dumbstruck by this ability that seemed like the work of nature, and they instantly understood that he was a supreme god in this world. After coming to their senses, they all fell into deep thought. This was a rare opportunity to witness such a scene with their own eyes. If they could learn something from it, it would definitely be of great benefit to their cultivation. Luoho Xiaoming also passed through the sky-climbing vine and came to this world. He had a different feeling in his heart. He, who had personally destroyed countless worlds, would naturally not be stunned by this scene. Instead, he suddenly understood Li Qingshan's plan. He exclaimed in his heart, "This is the way of the demonic beasts." Chapter 1350. Someone asked, "Then where is everyone?" Li Qingshan smiled and pointed downwards. Look, before he had even finished speaking, the surroundings changed rapidly. Various sceneries flew backwards. The sky and sea blurred into a bright blue background. Thousands of colors stretched out into long ribbons before coming to a sudden halt. Everyone had already traveled over 10,000 kilometers away. They deeply sensed the unbelievable power of a god once again. The banyan tree king turned into a green-eyed infant and was carried by Madame Tung. He constantly struggled to break free, but he was unable to do so. At this moment he forgot to struggle and called out, "So powerful! No wonder I want to become a god." Everyone gazed in the direction Li Qingshan was pointing in. It was also a vast continent, but it was even larger than the continent just now. However, it was a boundless, golden plain. The reason why it was golden was because of the boundless, golden fields of wheat that glistened under the sunlight. There were also paddy, fruit trees, mulberry trees, and various other crops. It was a scene of abundant harvests. Even the great cultivators who had distanced themselves from the mortal world felt a hint of joy. There were no lofty mountains, rapids, or dangerous shoals on the continent. There were only gentle hills that rose and fell, and a network of rivers that crisscrossed. The humans who had come from the 9 provinces had been settled on this vast continent. After the initial confusion, they all began a new life, harvesting food and building houses. The climate was extremely warm anyway, so food was everywhere. There was no need to worry about hunger or cold. Many places on the plains had already started smoking. Even though the 9 provinces had faced repeated disasters, their population still exceeded 1 billion. It was nowhere near enough to fill up this vast continent. Cultivators who knew how to observe auras could only see the surging auras gather and evaporate, completely breaking free from the shadows of war and death. They could basically foresee the future prosperity of this place. The king of Southern Yu thought, if I can establish a nation on this continent, it'll definitely surpass the Great Xia Empire. This continent was basically the most suitable environment for humans to live in. There was no miasma like the dense forests of the Mist Province, no drought like the deserts of the Scarlet Province, and no bitter coldness like the grasslands of the Frost Province. Basically all of it was fertile land that could be farmed. There was not even a need to cultivate it. Relying on the heavens to feed themselves was enough. It was simply the peach blossom land that humans dreamed of. Without the obstruction of mountains and the invasion of wild beasts, coupled with the dense water network, communication was greatly facilitated. Whether it was doing business or studying, it was very convenient. This was the cornerstone of human development, and it could build a perfect nation. Although he had lost everything he once had, but unintentionally, all kinds of inequalities were eliminated. Everyone had to work hard with their own hands. With the wisdom of humans, they would soon be able to build countless cities and villages. A picture of prosperity was slowly unfolding. However, it wasn't all without a price. To ensure the most basic ecological balance, Li Qingshan also released a lot of butterflies, bees, and other creatures. But there wasn't a single pig, horse, cow, or sheep, be it wild or domesticated. All of them were thrown to the demon beast continent to be eliminated by the laws of nature. It could be said that it was a simple and brutal cut. After all, the workload was too much. It looked like a simple wave of a hand, but it required countless meticulous calculations. From the distribution of people to the density of rivers, everything had to be considered. Otherwise, it was possible that families would be separated, and the rivers would flood again and again. The rules were even more complicated than the laws of heaven and earth. Even with the powerful deduction ability of the spirit turtle, this was the most he could do. Anyway, he thought that he was generous enough. With so many humans, it would be good if they could live well. At least the lives of the laboring masses would definitely be improved. As for whether the landlords could eat meat or not, it was not under his control. Then it was not under his control. Even he was not that close to his own son. This led to not long after. On this continent, even eggs were luxuries. A big fat pig was more enviable than a great beauty. A fine horse was even more valuable. It was the absolute symbol of identity and status. If there was a dog behind them, it was simply extravagant. Because there were no ships in the beginning, these most common animals were all caught by cultivators, who flew across the sea to the demon beast continent. Their value could be imagined. Of course, there were many demons who traveled great distances to catch a few people and eat them. But all of this came at the risk of their lives. As a result, most people could only remain vegetarians for the rest of their lives. A very long time later, the dauntless monk praised Li Qingshan's actions greatly in private, saying that he really did possess a Buddhist nature. Luo Ho and Xiaoming thought to themselves, this can be considered the Tao of the human world. Sir Qingshan, may I ask where my people are? A king of the giant lumberjacks asked humbly. Li Qingshan nodded. Let's go to the next stop. The third continent was much smaller than the first two. Li Qingshan had specially left it for the other folk. Whether it be the giant lumberjacks, the night roamers, or even the various races apart from the 7 great otherfolk races, they all gathered here. Li Qingshan announced, Otherfolk, or in other words godfolk, there is no need for you to live with humans and demons anymore. You will no longer be enslaved. You can live your lives here. You can even rebuild your divine kingdom and recover your past glory. The king of the giant lumberjacks became even more humble. He bowed. Sir, I represent all my clansmen in thanking you for your benevolence. I hope these 5,000 years of experience can make us let go of our past grievances and rebuild our homes. The other folk kings were all tempted. They all bowed towards Li Qingshan and thanked him. The continent was not large, but it was definitely enough for the small number of other folk. And the terrain was ever changing. Clearly, It had taken Li Qingshan quite a lot of thought, considering the habits of the various races. Luo Ho Xiaoming thought, so-called other folk, have always been extremely similar to the celestials of the heavenly ways. This world can be called the heavenly ways. Li Qingshan accepted it calmly and smiled. I hope these arrangements will satisfy everyone. Suddenly the world shook. In the boundless void, a star gave off an unprecedented light. The miniature world was advancing. He closed his eyes and sensed the world expand, as well as the changes in the laws of the world contained within. The sun rose and set. A long time passed, but it also felt like an instant. The third tribulation cultivators suddenly felt the invisible shackles disappearing. They felt an indescribable sense of freedom and carefreeness. They immediately understood that this world had accepted them. Their existence also accelerated the advancement of this world, because they were no longer foreign objects that needed to be rejected, but extremely precious resources. Each of them was an elite of the world's spirit energy, and this world's favor towards Li Qingshan had reached a new peak. With a single thought, he could turn mortals into the lucky ones favored by the heavens. He could also kill archfiend kings and great cultivators. It was truly divine grace as vast as the ocean, divine might as deep as a prison. As long as he wanted to, he could enjoy all the pleasures that humans could imagine. A voice in his mind told him, "Stop, stay here and enjoy everything. Comfort yourself. Don't pursue those meaningless things anymore. Otherwise, you'll end up empty-handed." However, he raised his head and cast his gaze towards the 9 heavens again. He understood many of the hidden meanings in Sumi Rao's words. It was easy to imagine how difficult and dangerous it must be to make the 9-tailed fox, who craves for the world to be in chaos, avoid. Not to mention, the broken horn on Brother Nio's head was constantly reminding him. Right now he couldn't even imagine what kind of method it was. It could probably kill him with a single finger. The road ahead was long, and he had a slim chance of survival. But that was what his heart desired. Even if he died 9 times, he wouldn't regret it. "Brother Nio, let me cut off that bastard's head to repay you." At this moment, the smile on his face was unbridled, breaking through all the shackles in his heart. To be continued. P.S. Great God Hizu Gui, his heart is towards the 9 heavens. Comrades, give me a few more tickets if you have any. Chapter 1351. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sky-climbing vine, on the back of the huge void-devouring beast, Li Qingshan's main body also revealed the same smile. Gu Yinying and Little An accompanied him, but their eyes were not looking at him. Su Minrao stood with her umbrella, like a flower blooming in the void, even more dazzling than the stars. Without the restraints of the laws of heaven and earth, she was even more beautiful. He showed a disapproving expression towards their wariness. He thought, if I want to subdue this Li Qingshan, these 2 women really are the greatest problem. Interestingly, they have never truly conquered Li Qingshan. One became his follower, and the other became his collaborator. Even though they can influence many of his decisions, they are far from conquering him. A true conquest is to change a person's heart, not just their actions. At the very least, I will not be satisfied with such a meager harvest. Though Li Qingshan still hasn't even glanced at me right now. He's even acting like he's in heat. He must be dreaming. What a difficult person to deal with. But this is more interesting, isn't it? Li Qingshan lowered his head and said to Su Minrao, "Now we can talk." His mind had always been immersed in the mini-world, feeling the vastness of the world God, concentrating on creating his own world, almost unaffected by anything else. Now that he regained his senses, his eyes flashed with a dazzling light that lingered for a long time. However, he did not dislike this feeling. Instead, he recalled the words "the most beautiful woman in the world." However, if one's willpower was not strong enough, one could not blame others for being charmed. After all, beauty itself was not sinful. Unknowingly, he had already forgiven Su Minrao for everything she had done. Instead, he could not help but think of all the good things she had done, and was inevitably affected by her charm. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, she was extremely talented, and had persisted in cultivating for so many years. Was it for nothing? She could be easily ignored. and it was already not easy to maintain a trace of clarity. Thinking back, if Helicoverpa Rosa was not a seductive beauty, she would have already died under his fist. Back then, she really wanted to kill him. She was even more malicious than this nine-tailed fox queen. Therefore, it was hard to say what was considered as being charmed. It could only be said that one would inevitably be affected by external influences in life. As long as one didn't forget one's true self, it would be fine. This battle without the shadows of swords had just begun. Sumi Rao covered her mouth and chuckled. Her eyes were full of mystery. Langjun, what do you want to talk about? Li Qingshan said affectionately. Of course it's our future. What kind of future do you want? I can help you. I want Puchi. Gu Yinying couldn't help but laugh. Then she sighed with her hand on her forehead. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Little and stared at Li Qingshan's face with her big empty eyes. Li Qingshan felt some kind of invisible pressure. In the end, he couldn't say the word you. He changed his words and said, the way to defeat Qiongqi. Su Minrao raised her head proudly. Humph, that's impossible. Hey, didn't you say? Hehe, if you want to defeat Qiongqi, you'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Su Minrao said with a disdainful expression. Why did you suddenly throw a tantrum? You're so unreasonable. Li Qingshan shrugged. I'm unreasonable? No, I'm not. You would have been squashed to death by Chualong. Su Minrao even raised her hand and made a pinching gesture at Li Qingshan. How could Li Qingshan take this lying down? He sneered. Tsh, you have the nerve to mention it. That's because I'm wise and valiant. I broke through your lowly scheme and got rid of Chualong. Are you convinced? Su Minrao frowned in anger and gritted her teeth. Haha. All right, that's enough with the flirting. Let's get down to business. Gu Yinying smiled and stepped forward. Little and said indifferently. You don't have to defeat Qiongqi to win this duel. Li Qingshan was surprised. Is that so? What an idiot. Seriously, think about the oath you made with Qiongqi. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and fell into thought. The contents of the river Styx blood oath with Qiongqi were very short, so he instantly thought about it a million times. He suddenly showed an expression of realization, but then shook his head. That's impossible. There was indeed a loophole in the river Styx blood oath that could allow one to bypass Qiongqi and win. But this loophole wasn't really a loophole at all. It was even harder to deal with than Qiongqi himself. Su Minrao arrogantly said. What you can't do might be a piece of cake for others. But this is my duel, Li Qingshan said with a serious expression. He had no doubt that if Brother Ox was here, Qiongqi wouldn't be a problem at all. However, to be able to help me defeat Qiongqi without having to do anything himself, he must be stronger than demon god Qiongqi. Could it really be related to Brother Ox? But the duel didn't require you to fight Qiongqi with your bare hands. Su Minrao looked at him pitifully, as if he was an idiot. Since it was related to Brother Ox, Li Qingshan couldn't be provoked by her, and asked with a serious expression. Who can help me? A prisoner. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He didn't ask how a prisoner could help him, but instead looked forward to it. Could that prisoner be Brother Ox? Now I have to help him escape from prison? Even if I don't have the ability to do so, just the thought of it is enough to make me excited. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's not the one you're thinking of, but it's not too far off. A prisoner who was not too far off from Brother Ox, plus the broken horn on Brother Ox's head. Li Qingshan had some guesses and asked, what happened above the 9 heavens? Even if I wasn't trapped in the 9 provinces, I wouldn't know the inside story. And there are some names and things that are best left unmentioned. Even if I knew, I wouldn't be stupid enough to talk about it with you here. But when you meet that prisoner, he'll tell you everything. Where should I find him? Haha, Li Qingshan, why aren't you being arrogant now? You have to go wherever I tell you to go. Su Minrao once again found an opportunity to gain the upper hand and vent her anger. She thought he would be furious, but he just asked with a serious expression. Where should I find him? Do you think I'll tell you so easily? Li Qingshan took a step forward and stared at her with a pair of red eyes. Su Minrao, I know you know much more than I do. That's why you're so afraid to meet me. The enemy is so powerful that you don't even dare to mention their names, fearing that they'll sense it. But I'm determined to fight them. no matter who they are. I hope you can stand on my side. But if you still treat this as a game, then I advise you to get out as soon as possible, because you can't afford to play. You! Su Minrao glared at him. There was nothing more infuriating than the words "can't afford to play." But she had to admit that compared to Li Qingshan, she was indeed a bit "can't afford to play." I know you want me to lower my head, but someone once told me not to lower my head to anyone, because you can't reach the 9 heavens if you kneel. Do you want a piece of trash to play this deadly game with you? A moment later, Su Minrao sighed and spat out 2 words. Return to ruins. To be continued. Chapter 1352. Gu Yinying secretly gave Li Qingshan a thumbs up. Li Qingshan said to Sumi Rao sincerely, "Thank you." Sumi Rao felt indignant inside. She refused to admit that she had been overwhelmed by his presence, or fooled by his words. This was a complete paradox. Regardless of whether she could deal with this bastard or not, it seemed like she was destined to suffer. She had basically stepped into a swamp, and she was sinking deeper and deeper. Li Qingshan cleared his throat. Actually, I'm not a bad person. Piss off. Sumi Rao leapt into the abyss-like mouth of the space-devouring beast. Li Qingshan shook his head. Sigh, women, oh women. Gu Yinying smiled. Why are you dissatisfied with women? I'm extremely satisfied. Let's go. Let's go ask Xiao Ming about how we should go to Ruin's End. At the same time, Li Qingshan created 3 continents for humans, demons, and other folk. He made many adjustments according to the actual situation, so that all living beings could have the opportunity to flourish. During this process, he constantly cultivated the Qilin's guide of longevity. An aura brimming with vitality constantly flowed through his body, through his bloodline. He was close to breaking through to the first layer. Actually, he had both the resources and the time to comprehend it right now. He had become the god of a world, and personally created a new continent, so that all living beings could flourish. This was not an experience that just anyone could have. Advancing the Qilin transformation to 2 or 3 layers on top of this foundation was nothing difficult. However, he was not in a hurry to do that, as his power had already reached a certain limit. If he increased it by even a sliver, it was possible for him to trigger the 4th heavenly tribulation, forcing him to immediately ascend. Originally, he wanted to go to the demonic beast realm, but now that his greatest target had become Ruin's End, he was forced to reconsider his path. Before this, there were still some matters he needed to settle. If there's nothing else, please return to where you came from. Once I'm done with everything, I'll visit a few old friends and give them a gift. His eyes swept over the faces of several people, and everyone felt proud of him. The king of Southern Yu was one of them. His face was full of smiles, and his mood was obviously very good. His choice back then was indeed not wrong. The others sighed inside. If they had known this would happen earlier, they would have befriended Li Qingshan. They could have just given him a few arcane treasures and whatnot, and wouldn't they be able to receive 10 or even 100 times more in return today? However, who would have thought that the kid who came to the Mist Province to serve as the White Wolf commander would become the ruler of a world today? When everyone left, Li Qingshan's expression was slightly grim. Most of the work has been completed, and the resources obtained from devouring the 9 regions have almost been used up. However, there were still some recyclable garbage that needed to be dealt with. With a thought, he arrived at the extremely cold land in the north. Icebergs floated on the sea, and the sharp cold wind was like a knife. He opened his right hand and covered the entire sea. Rumble! The iceberg was pushed out of the sea. Another continent slowly rose, but it was filled with the aura of death and evil. That was the land that had been polluted by the hungry ghost realm and the demon realm. Countless monsters, corpses, and ghosts had been tossed onto this continent. From the day this continent was born, it was destined to be forever enveloped in ice and cold. The living and dead on it had to engage in a brutal battle to obtain a chance at survival. Afterwards, this place became known as the Demon Continent, becoming the most dangerous place of exile in the world. Perhaps it was to avoid pursuit. Perhaps it was to search for power. Many humans fled here, turning into corpses and demon folk. Luo Ho Xiaoming followed Li Qingshan here and thought. A brutal environment, a brutal devouring. This is basically the Hell Realm, and the Hungry Ghost Realm combined into one. With that, the 6 paths of Sasra only lacked the Azura Realm. However, he understood extremely well that a world war would erupt sooner or later against a backdrop like this. And it was very likely for other folk and demonic beasts to work together to fend off the invading armies of humans. Li Qingshan had also realized this. He used a simple and crude method to resolve the conflict between the various races. But he disrupted their original state of living together and helped them form a complete group. Compared to the original state of living together, it was much easier for them to enter a state of war, pulling in all living beings in the world. That was why he had left behind those demons. They were a great threat to all living beings, and he hoped to put an end to the civil war. However, fighting against corpses, ghosts, and demons would also lead to slaughter and death. However, this was something that no one could do anything about. Killing was the most eternal theme of life. Even lofty immortals and Buddhas could not escape this destiny. Only war would never change. Where there were living beings, there would be Azura fields. His willful and reckless actions actually achieved the same result as the 6 paths of Sasra. Was it a coincidence? Or was it inevitable? Gazing over right now, the original continent of the miniature world was still in the center of the vast ocean. 4 continents were scattered around it, while the sea was dotted with islands of various sizes, like springboards that connected the 5 continents. The miniature world in the past had 5 realms: north, south, east, west, and center. Now that it had been remodeled, it just happened to have 5 more. However, it was too inappropriate to call this place a miniature world. After all, its size had even surpassed the 9 provinces. The one in his body was the true miniature world. Therefore, Li Qingshan prepared to give this world a new name. After some careful consideration, he said, I got it. Let's call it the Little 5 World. Do you dare to not use the prefix little? Luo Ho Xiaoming could not help but scold him. He thought of his own names again. Little Fatty, Little N. Unfortunately, he did not know that there were also Little Red and Little Blue. Don't you think this name is very close? It's just like the neighbor's child. Who would name a world after the neighbor's child? Luo Ho Xiaoming roared angrily. Could it be that monsters like the space-swallowing beast also look like the neighbor's child? Could it be that I also look like the neighbor's child? There was also a certain skeleton successor. These 3 neighbors' children were too scary. Forget it. I really don't know what to do with you. Who asked us to be friends? Then let's The word won't do either. Hey, I'm warning you. Don't push your luck. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. This is considered pushing your luck. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes widened. Just as they were staring at each other like fighting cocks, Gu Yenying and Little N rushed over. Li Qingshan loudly complained to her about how unreasonable Luo Ho Xiaoming was. Little 5 World? Gu Yenying felt helpless. Shouldn't we be discussing how to get to the ultimate? Little N said. Why don't we call it the 5 Continents World? Li Qingshan frowned. Alright. He poked Luo Ho Xiaoming's chest with his index finger, indicating that he owed him one. Now, tell me how to get to the bottomless, and we'll call it even. He winked again, hinting that he'd made a profit. Qingshan, sometimes I really want to kill you. Unfortunately, you can't do it, ha ha. Chapter 1353. His loud laughter resounded through the sky, causing Luo Ho Xiaoming to grit his teeth in hatred. But his heart was filled with a faint warmth. He had had countless women, all of whom were the most beautiful women in the Azura realm. He had also had countless subordinates, all of whom were the strongest warriors in the Azura realm. The Azura realm was known for these 2 things. The so-called sleeping on a beauty's lap when drunk and ruling the world when sober was just a small matter to him, because he was destined to become a god from birth. However, he had never had a friend. To him, a trustworthy, admirable, equal, and supportive friend was far more precious than a beauty or a death warrior. Therefore, he had almost given up on such thoughts. But now, he had such a friend, and that was this man who was laughing like a fool in front of him. Although he was not very smart, he could fight side by side with him until death. I don't know how to get to the ultimate, but don't you already know? Li Qingshan stopped laughing and stroked his chin. I thought you had some other way. The sky-climbing vine was naturally a shortcut to other worlds, but it was not omnipotent, and it could connect to all the worlds in the universe. As the god of the world, he could clearly sense the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was a very strange feeling. This was because the 6 paths of reincarnation were not like the demon realm, which needed to open up a demon's den to connect to 2 worlds. Instead, it overlapped with the entire world, circulating and existing everywhere. Because of this, regardless of whether it was a big or a small world, whether it was ascension or death, they would immediately enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and join this great cycle. There was no need for things like the sky-climbing vine or demon's den. From a certain perspective, it was like the relationship between Deep Blue Fatty and the 5 continents world. It seemed like they were separated by billions of miles, but they were actually one entity. Therefore, the sky-climbing vine could connect to both of them. Now it could only connect to the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the ultimate was not among them. However, since he wanted to enter the ultimate, there had to be a way. I still have to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, but with the sky-climbing vine, I can at least make a choice. I don't have to worry about ascending to a different place. Actually, you can only enter 3 paths. The Hell Realm and Hungry Ghost Realm are both worlds of death, and they will kill the sky-climbing vine. It's understandable. Li Qingshan nodded. The heaven-climbing vine had a body, but it was not a monster, so it was bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Furthermore, as a Qilin, it could not command the heaven-climbing vine to do such a thing. He asked curiously, what about the other one? Luo Ho Xiaoming sneered. Of course it's the heavenly Tao. The hatred between the Asura and the Devas was always so naked. One must know that the other name of the Asura was Fei Tian. As the first benevolent path in the 6 paths of reincarnation, celestial beings were free from suffering, had long lifespans, and enjoyed endless pleasures. Apart from the celestial 5 decays, there were no other worries. It was a treasured land that almost all living beings yearned for. Even the Asuras were filled with jealousy. They wholeheartedly wanted to take down the 33 heavens and occupy this precious land. It could be said to be the lighthouse of all living beings, the world's hope. One could imagine how serious the situation of illegal immigration was. Celestials hated Asuras the most. The second was stowaways. One was a robber, the other a thief. The heavenly Tao was also filled with order, unlike the other Taoists that were chaotic. Who knew how many people had used the heaven-climbing vine before? So there was already a complete defense system in place. Once the heaven-climbing vine passed through the heavenly Tao, it would be discovered almost immediately. The heaven-climbing vine would be killed immediately. What was even worse was that the celestial beings would wait for the rabbit to come, or directly follow the heaven-climbing vine to ruthlessly punish those toads lusting after swan meat stowaways. Then all that's left is the Asura Tao, human Tao and beast Tao. The Asura Tao is also excluded. Your mom isn't as law-abiding as Qiongqi. Li Qingshan winked mischievously. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled. And I can guarantee you that she's even harder to deal with than Qiongqi. She definitely won't play this kind of game with you. Li Qingshan shrugged. With the battle prowess of an Asura god, there probably weren't many in the 6 paths of reincarnation who could match up to him. Then there are only 2 choices left. For the sake of fairness, let's vote. Those who choose the beast Tao, raise your right hand, and those who choose the human Tao, raise your left. Li Qingshan raised his right hand without hesitation. He had already smelled the wild aura of the beast Tao, so he chose the beast Tao wholeheartedly. He looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming and revealed a treacherous smile. He had played a trick here. After all, Luo Ho Xiaoming didn't have the bloodline of a demon, so he would most likely choose the human Tao. But Gu Yinying, who pursued freedom and obtained the Kuanping's inheritance, would definitely choose the human Tao like him. Needless to say, Little and would definitely follow him. His fake democracy wasn't just to shut Luo Ho Xiaoming's mouth, it was also to bully him. It was definitely a bad taste. Are you a kid? Luo Ho Xiaoming raised his left hand in annoyance. I choose the human Tao. Li Qingshan laughed proudly. I knew it. Gu Yinying smiled and also raised her left hand. I also choose the human Tao. Li Qingshan was shocked. Why? Because I'm not sure if I will become the prey. The beast Tao was free, but it also followed the laws of nature, so it had a cruel side. Li Qingshan advised. Don't be too timid with your speed. Who can hunt you? It's better to nip it in the bud. Gu Yinying looked confident. She was obviously not a woman who would be easily persuaded. Alright, I give up, but it doesn't matter, it's just a draw. Li Qingshan believed that he would get what he wanted in the end. Who said it's a draw? Luo Ho Xiaoming glanced at Little Anne and smiled. Li Qingshan said seriously. Little Anne, you raised the wrong hand. Little Anne also looked at his white left hand seriously. I didn't. Li Qingshan was stunned. He opened his mouth and roared into the sky, his voice shaking thousands of miles. Aha! Countless cultivators looked over, not knowing what happened. Luo Ho Xiaoming and the other two looked at each other and smiled without saying a word. Li Qingshan pointed at them in disbelief. You guys, teamed up to bully me, even Little and you. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled and repeated his words. For the sake of fairness. Gu Yinying patted his shoulder. Alright, you are just attracted by the wild aura of the beast Tao. Whether it is to speed up our cultivation, or to find the way to the ultimate, we need help and guidance. The human Tao is the best choice. My cultivation in the beast Tao will be faster. Li Qingshan insisted. He could deeply feel the beast Tao calling him. When I get there, I will definitely become the child of destiny. I will be able to protect you guys. Little Anne said softly. Qingshan, this is the problem. When you become the child of destiny, the human part of you will be suppressed or even killed. In the long run, this may not be beneficial to your cultivation. Luo Ho Xiaoming said. That's right, the biggest advantage of the human Tao is to uphold humanity. There is no such thing as the child of destiny. Do you really want to have a voice above your head telling you what you should and shouldn't do? He paused for a moment. Moreover, you might even be able to inherit a huge amount of wealth from Chualong. Chapter 1354. Li Qingshan fell into deep thought after hearing the trio's explanation. Ads. This website has changed to a new website. Shorthand method strawberry. Especially what Xiaoan said, it was related to his path of cultivation. The human bloodline couldn't compare to the bloodline of any god or demon. But the strange thing was that he hadn't become a pure god or demon. He had always retained a human part. The more powerful a cultivation method, the more exclusive it was. The power of the 9 transformations of demons and gods went without saying. But the various cultivation methods within it all repelled each other. Gods and demons fought, and water and fire didn't mix. But it had never repelled his human cultivation method. From the initial innate training of Qi formula to the current extreme emperor's record of world destruction, he had cultivated diligently until now. Sometimes, it would affect the balance between the gods and demons. Thinking about it seriously, it was an extremely strange thing. Even if he had extraordinary talent and was an unparalleled genius, he still had to go through a lot of hard thinking and hard training to open up such a path. But the reality was that he had just walked along naturally and had almost never encountered this problem. It could only be said that the 9 transformations of demons and gods left room for human cultivation methods to develop freely, considering that the 9 transformations of demons and gods only showed 8 transformations, and that the 9th transformation had never existed even in the sea of consciousness. A certain answer was on the verge of being revealed. Even if he couldn't be sure, there was definitely a great connection between the two, so he definitely couldn't give up on this human cultivation path. Then the human path was indeed the best choice. Unlike the other 5 paths, good or evil, demon or ghost, they could all survive in the human path without worrying about being rejected by heaven's will. Of course, one shouldn't think of using any methods to obtain the favor of heaven's will. It could be said that there was only human, and not heavenly. That was the home field of humans, and humans had never reached an agreement. The so-called human was also a chaotic and difficult thing to understand, even more difficult to predict than heaven's will. On the surface, it was order and justice, but it often contradicted itself. The most evil and the most sacred existed in this group of people at the same time, and even in the heart of a single person. I have to admit that what you said makes sense. But what about the Chuolong's legacy? Gu Yinying said. The other end of the sky-climbing vine is very likely to grow in the Chuolong's cave. Li Qingshan nodded. That makes sense. The human realm was so vast that Chuolong could not possibly search the entire world for the sky-climbing vine. He must have made some kind of mark. Moreover, it would definitely not be in the wilderness. For cultivators, there was no place more secure than their own cave abode. Since they were going to refine the 9 provinces into a blessed paradise, it was only natural for the sky-climbing vine to connect the two. Luo Ho Xiaoming asked, then can you get the sky-climbing vine to find the coordinates again? No problem. He was after all a god of the world. Moreover, in this world of the 5 continents, more than half of it originally belonged to the 9 provinces. It could even be said to be a new 9 provinces, so the connection had not been completely severed. But he is a disciple of the Myriad Appearance sect. If his master is involved in this matter, then once we go there, we will run into the mouth of a cannon. At least a human immortal, maybe even a true immortal. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled and said, of course it's not impossible, so I'm prepared to let you go first. If you are killed, we will disband. Then he changed the topic and said, but I don't think this matter is that valuable to the immortals. Chuolong has already done things to this extent. He can obviously take the whole world for himself. So why would he find an old man to take away most of the results? If he really had a powerful backer behind him, he would have definitely asked for help from the human realm through the heaven-climbing vine on Dragon Head Mountain. However, he didn't do so, so according to my deductions, this matter should have been done by him alone. However, it's also possible that he informed some people. So if Chuolong dies, the life lamp in the sect will be extinguished, so this matter must not be done. A dignified human emperor, no matter where he is not a small figure. But since he is still alive, we can give it a try. Li Qingshan's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened. If Luo Ho Xiaoming's deduction was correct, then once they entered the human realm, they would be able to get a cave abode for free. That was the cave abode of a human emperor, who had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. Just the benefits of cultivation alone might not be enough to go down to the demonic beast path, to become the child of destiny. Perhaps there would be some miraculous pills, sex pants, and AI treasures. These things were what humans were best at. No race was better at using external objects than them. Even if they were not favored by the heavenly mandate, they could still make everything in the world work for them. His gaze swept across the faces of the 3 people. You have already considered these things. It was said that the truth was in the hands of a few people. Then the worst thing was to not have the truth, and still be in the minority. But a good teammate was better than a useless teammate. Gu Yinying smiled. These days, you have been thinking about how to create a world. How can you have the time to think about these small things? Little and said concisely, this world is very important. Of course. Li Qingshan racked his brains, not just to save the world, or to play a game of world creation. Now, he had already ordered Deep Blue Little Fatty to fly to the nearest star to the 9 states. As long as it continued to devour, the growth of the 5 continents world would be limitless. One day, it would definitely become his most important trump card. In order to realize this grand strategy, the 5 continents world must be as perfect as possible. That way, the living beings from all over the world could thrive and flourish. We're on the same side, just a different division of labor. But even after saying so much, the risk still exists. You decide whether to take the gamble or not. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled. He already knew the result. A Li Qingshan who was afraid of taking risks was not the real Li Qingshan. Of course I'm taking the gamble. Riches come from danger. Li Qingshan waved his hand heroically, then said mysteriously, also I have a sure win method. There won't be any danger. Let's hope so. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled, but did not deny it. Gu Yinying said, right, there's one more thing. We all have too many secrets. Whether it's Little Ming's identity, Little Anne's path of white bone and great beauty, Sumi Rao, Hui Long and so on, none of them can be leaked. Luo Ho Xiaoming curled his lips. The two people who are involved with the two of you might bring us even more trouble than what you've said. Yes, if an ascender enters the samsara, they might use these things to exchange for resources. At the very least, they won't go out of their way to help us keep our secrets, so, Li Qingshan smiled. Don't worry, I've already expected this. Not long after, under the advocacy of the winged human tribe and the merfolk tribe, the other humans rebuilt the divine nation. They held their first great meeting, with the winged human king Li Fengyuan as the first senator. The other humans were all convinced by this noble race that was on par with the dragon tribe. Many great cultivators and demon kings were invited to participate in the ceremony. The highest senator Li Fengyuan and the merfolk Queen Gongyuan announced together during the ceremony that they would seal off the sky and the sea. In the future, other races would have to submit an application to enter the divine nation. Otherwise, they would be treated as invaders. By now, Gongyuan had already completely unified the merfolk, becoming the second largest race that stood on par with the winged human tribe. Rumor had it that she received Li Qingshan's secret support, but actually, Li Qingshan had not done anything at all. He had only personally built a crystal palace for her. As the most powerful faction among the merfolk of the South Sea did indeed possess the right to do so. A certain night roamer queen expressed intense envy, jealousy and hatred over this. She regretted not tying Li Qingshan to her bed in the past. In short, the announcement received the fervent support of all the other humans. After several millennia of wandering, they had already had enough of living together with humans and demons. By now, countless conflicts had already broken out between the demons and humans, mainly because the human cultivators plundered pigs, horses, cows, and sheep madly. Towards the end, they did not even spare any living creatures. Whether they were lions, tigers, rats, or toads, they would capture them on sight. Even some large trees were uprooted. It was said that there was a pig demon that had yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation, which led to an intense battle among the cultivators. It even led to a bitter internal conflict. A few people died, and they all wanted to take it back as a breeding pig. The demons were originally in a state of disunity, but under this pressure, they gradually showed signs of working together. They began to launch a counterattack. They obviously supported the seal plan of the other humans. If the humans could remain on their continent obediently, that would be for the best. The original king of southern Yu, Qianlingji, also came forward to announce that they were about to establish a nation. Her face was filled with a warm and friendly smile, expressing that she hoped to strengthen relations with the divine kingdom of the other folk, so that they could prosper together and resolve their conflicts with the demons for mutual benefit. Something worth mentioning was that the World Assembly that occupied the central continent had also sent an envoy to participate in this celebration. The leader was Li Qingshan's son, Li Guanyin. Faced with this new world where nascent soul cultivators roamed the streets and golden core cultivators were like dogs, the natives really had no idea whether they should be happy or sad. They could foresee that the undercurrents of the new world would not be quelled so easily. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly descended and said something, which kicked up an even greater storm. After the founding of the country, you are not allowed to ascend. To be continued, XH 118. Chapter 1355. I will provide you with high speed in 1 second. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. For cultivators, this was the equivalent of cutting off their path and losing the possibility of immortality. If it was anyone else, they would have been treated as an ignorant lunatic and would not have taken it to heart. However, Li Qingshan truly had the ability to cut off everyone's path to ascension. There was a deathly silence. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He had thought that someone would question him, or even refute him. He did not expect everyone to be so calm. He continued, "As for the reason behind this, I believe I do not need to explain. This matter concerns my family's life, and does not allow for the slightest bit of luck. However, Since I dared to tell everyone openly, and not play tricks in the dark, you should believe that I have no ill intentions." He tried his best to appear approachable, but the cultivators only felt a chill down their spines. The ascension heavenly tribulation was already extremely difficult to pass. If another world god were to stab him in the back, he would definitely die. However, it was just as he had said. If he did not say it clearly, this matter could definitely be concealed for hundreds of years. There were very few cultivators who had the qualifications to undergo the ascension, heavenly tribulation. It was only natural that they would fail the heavenly tribulation. Qianlingji smiled wryly. "I believe that you have no ill intentions, but could you at least give us some leeway? Don't cut off our path so quickly." Li Qingshan smiled. "There's always a way out. I still have many things I need to rely on you for in the future. So how can I cut off your path of cultivation? You should already know just how narrow this world was in the beginning. Even cultivators and demons basically didn't exist here. Yet it can accommodate you all founding sects and founding your own countries now." Qianlingji's eyes brightened. "You mean this world can become even bigger?" "Of course. The ascension heavenly tribulation is extremely dangerous. Moreover, we do not know what will happen after entering the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is better to grow together with the 5 continents. Our sects will prosper and our lands will be secure forever. Wouldn't that be great?" Qianlingji weighed the pros and cons and sighed. "If that is the case, it is not a bad thing. All right, I am willing to support you." He would definitely not oppose Li Qingshan in front of so many people. That would only harm the friendship that he had built up with great difficulty. Even if he had to ascend, it was better to talk about it in private. If the discussion went smoothly, it would be beneficial to both of them. Perhaps they could even receive his help, greatly reducing the danger of their ascension. "Big old father, I support you too." The Meat King naturally supported the Great Fiend King unconditionally, and the Great Fiend King never let him down. Gong Yuan glared at Li Qingshan and thought to herself, "If I really ascend, are you really going to kill me?" However, she had just unified the mermaid race, and had not had enough fun being the mermaid queen. He was not in a hurry to ascend. With the two of them agreeing, the mutant kings naturally had no objections. The demon race was known for their long lifespans and accumulation, so no one jumped out to contend against Li Qingshan. However, their attitudes were not as gentle, and many of them had arrogant looks on their faces. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. "If that's the case, I'll take it that everyone agrees with me. You can continue to celebrate." He was very satisfied. As the god of the world, he did not want any cultivators to leave this world, because every cultivator who ascended was the essence of a world. It could be said that they were flesh that fell from their mother's body, and would accelerate the decline of the world. That was why the heavenly tribulation of ascension was so difficult, because the will of the world instinctively wanted to keep this resource in its body. His decision was also absolutely approved by the will of the world. Li Qingshan did not stay for long. Before leaving, he left behind a meaningful sentence. "If someone forcefully goes through the heavenly tribulation of ascension, don't say that you did not warn me." His voice echoed, and Li Qingshan's figure became faint. Perhaps because of the dignity of the god, these 4 short words caused all the great cultivators and great fiend kings to shiver, leaving an unusually deep impression. Later on, it became popular, and became a resounding deterrent. When local sects negotiated, they would most likely use this sentence when the negotiations failed. In the vast ocean, on a barren lone island, a majestic altar basically occupied the entire island. It was extremely similar to the Heaven's altar on Dragon's Head Mountain, except it lacked a heaven-climbing vine. Li Qingshan, and Luo Xiaoming, and Gu Yanning reunited here once again. During this time, Li Qingshan visited many old friends, and provided them with as much assistance as he could, settling his past grievances. For example, he gave the unraging monk a great Buddha mountain, he gave Qianlingji a capital city, he gave Huang Binggu and Yu Shuquang 2 pills that could increase their lifespans, and so on. Then there were the women and children. Needless to say, they were sentimental, but they were not as unreasonable as mortals. Apart from Qiu Haitang, who was a weirdo, They were all cultivators with their own goals. Men were not everything in their lives. However, he was much more crude towards the children. He implemented an absolute free-range policy. I don't care what you want to do. You can bear the consequences yourself. Don't expect me to clean up after you. Now that he mentioned it, he had already become a grandfather. He would probably become a great-grandfather in a few more years. Gu Yinying smiled and wished him many children and grandchildren. Li Qingshan stared at her belly until she knocked him over the head with a fan. With the full support of a god of the world, Li Qingshan, her cultivation had advanced drastically during this time. She had already reached the peak of the third heavenly tribulation. Luo Xiaoming was the same. When Li Qingshan ordered the deep blue fatty to devour the 9 provinces, he had plundered quite a lot of the Azura field, tossing it all to him. And went without saying. She had reached the peak of the third heavenly tribulation a long time ago. If she had not waited for Li Qingshan, she would have undergone the heavenly tribulation of ascension in the 9 provinces already. During this time, she had remained on the northern ice continent the entire time. Li Qingshan originally thought she was going to burn all the corpses and demons into the samadhi flames of white bone. But he never thought she would build a palace of white bone instead. She got a group of monks under her to spread the path of white bone to corpses and demon folk. She said she did not lack resources right now. She just wanted to comprehend the path of white bone and great beauty. With their cultivation methods, bloodlines, and legacies, the 4 of them possess great strength that completely surpass cultivators at the same level. Undergoing the 4th heavenly tribulation could be described as a piece of cake for them. However, they also face great danger because of this. The demon domain, the hungry ghost realm, the Azura realm, and even the human realm were all eyeing them hungrily. These powerful gods were enough to make regular cultivators despair, making them want to hide forever. And above the distant 9 heavens, there were powerful enemies that could not even be mentioned by name. Come to think of it, the world of the 9 provinces in the past was actually like a cradle. The bloody battles were merely a game for young beasts to learn how to hunt. It was a rehearsal for everything that was to come. The roaring tides and the rustling sea breeze seemed to be singing a final lullaby, sending them off. Now they were leaving this cradle and venturing into an even vaster and unpredictable world, where they would face all kinds of wind, frost, blades, and swords. When heroes grow up in a cradle forged from iron, brave hearts, just like before, will pay a visit to the Almighty God. The heaven-climbing vine pierced through space, rushing into the air from the altar like a colossal dragon. Then it sank into the depths of space, creating a winding passageway that led to samsara. Luo Xiaoming, Gu Yinying, and An looked at each other. One was filled with battle intent, one was as graceful as the wind, and one was as ethereal as a dream. It was as if they were asking, "Are you ready?" Chapter 1356. Li Qingshan pursed his lips and had a determined look in his eyes. He quickly traveled through the winding and deep tunnel, heading towards a brand new world that he had never been to before. Suddenly, there was a flash of light at the end of the tunnel. He smiled and sped up. His heart was filled with anticipation. The place where the light was shining was the human realm. What was waiting for him there? However, at this moment, his body suddenly collapsed like a broken bubble. It was still colorful a moment ago, but in the next moment, it disappeared without a trace as if it had never existed. 5 continents world, isolated island on the sea. A pair of crimson eyes slowly opened and reflected the figures of Little An, Gu Yinying, and Luo Xiaoming. Gu Yinying asked concernedly, "How is it?" Luo Xiaoming said, "Just by looking at your expression, you know that you failed." Li Qingshan scratched his head. "My clone suddenly shattered. Could it be a trap set by the Huilong? But I haven't even used the sky-climbing vine." So his so-called sure-win method was to send his mirror clone up to check. Then, no matter what kind of trap there was, he wouldn't have to worry. At most, he would just cut off the sky-climbing vine. Luo Xiaoming said, "It wasn't the Huilong's trap. It was the human realm's laws of heaven and earth that disintegrated your clone." Disintegrated? Little An tilted his head and looked over. Luo Xiaoming nodded. Yes, His mirror clone originated from his innate divine ability. In essence, it is a kind of spell. You can use this spell here, but it doesn't mean you can use it in the human realm. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and revealed a pondering expression. All divine abilities and spells exist based on the laws of heaven and earth. When I first landed in the small world, I also encountered a similar problem. All divine abilities and spells couldn't be used, but that was because they were restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. In other words, entering a higher world from a lower world would also be severely restricted? Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled and said, "It can't be said to be a restriction, but a restriction. The waves in the sea are naturally bigger than those in the pond. Once you experience it yourself, you will naturally understand." That makes sense. Li Qingshan left behind a mirror image clone on the spot and entered the sky climbing vine again. He followed the deep and winding tunnel and went straight to the human realm. Since there was no sure-win method, it did not matter. It was nothing more than a gamble. The main body was much faster than the clone. In the blink of an eye, the bright light once again shone in front of them. A moment ago, the feeling of his mirror image avatar collapsing reverberated in his heart, causing him to be slightly nervous, but he didn't hesitate in the slightest and plunged into the bright light. Suddenly, he understood that the bright light was the light emitted by the extremely pure and dense spiritual qi. He had never felt such pure spirit qi in his life. Even if he directly absorbed it from spirit stones and spirit veins, it would not reach such a shocking level. Every breath he took was like swallowing a spirit stone, almost giving him the illusion of indigestion. The spiritual light was even more dazzling than the midsummer sun. But after he crossed a certain boundary, he began to restrain himself. He could feel the hardness and smoothness of the stone beneath his feet. The light that filled his eyes had yet to dissipate. He didn't even have time to carefully explore the environment he was in. In an instant, an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. It was as if there were millions of thin lines that were hard to see with the naked eye, penetrating every pore and inch of his body, causing him to be unable to move for a while. Unknowingly, he had already passed through the sky-climbing vine. He arrived at the human realm. He tried hard to blink his eyes and vaguely saw a golden and jade splendor. A gray ornament was like a mainstay, reaching all the way to the top. There was a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon coiled on top of it. He was shocked. Only then did he realize that the golden dragon did not have any aura. It was probably just a decoration. So he relaxed. There seemed to be a circular altar under his feet. It was made of the same material as the gray ornament. The ornament was standing in the middle of the altar. He blinked again and realized that the golden dragon on it had disappeared. Before he could show a surprised expression, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A golden light pierced through his chest. Blood splattered from his back and turned into a raging fire. A dragon-shaped long sword appeared. Sword chi whistled and dragon roared, filled with killing intent. There really is an ambush. It was an extremely fatal ambush. Even when the sword pierced through his chest, the spirit turtle did not send any warning. He had not gotten used to the laws of the human realm yet. Not only could he not use any of his natural abilities, but even his strong body did not listen to him. He could not fight back at all. The dragon-shaped long sword seemed to be more excited after drinking the blood. It spun a few times in the air and turned into a golden sword light, slashing down towards Li Qingshan's head. If this sword were to hit him, he would be cleaved into 2 halves from the middle. Li Qingshan turned his head with difficulty. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he was very excited. He shouted, "Little Blossom!" Clang! A wild and beautiful blade clashed with the dragon-shaped long sword. The blade and the blade light clashed violently, and an ear-piercing sound echoed in the golden hall. However, the long sword immediately gained the upper hand and pressed down inch by inch. Li Qingshan felt a sharp pain in his head. He wondered if his head was hard enough. This sword was not an ordinary treasure. At the very least, it was not inferior to the abandoned immortal sword. The end of the wildflower blade was not weak, but it was heavily damaged in the battle on Dragon Head Mountain. The Azura altar of armaments was destroyed and could not be repaired. Fresh blood flowed down from his forehead, but he closed his eyes instead, enduring and not moving like the earth. He concentrated and comprehended the thin lines that ran through his entire body. This was the law of the Tao of the human realm. If one could not struggle free, then one could only adapt. However, the small world in his body was suppressed by an invisible force and shrunk. It almost stopped working. He could not use any power at all, let alone use his natural abilities. However, the feeling was different from when he entered the small world. He was not restricted by the laws of the world. It was more like a normal person suddenly experiencing gravity that was several times stronger than normal, causing his entire blood circulation to be affected. Of course, he was not a normal person, but a cultivator with great power. His life would not be in danger. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to adapt to this new environment. However, he did not even have a minute. Under the pressure of the golden blade, he seemed to see the golden eyes of the Hui dragon again. He suddenly understood that this was the true Dragon Emperor's sword. Perhaps it was because of the laws of the world that he was not brought down by the Hui dragon. He stayed in this cavern to watch over the stowaways who entered without his permission. There was no time to ponder any further. With a clang, the ending flower blade spun and flew out, the crack on the blade widening. The golden sword light whistled down. Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly. The blade cut down from the right side of his neck, tearing apart his flesh and splitting his bones. It went all the way to his lower abdomen, and was about to cut Li Qingshan in half. At this time, a pair of firm and powerful hands tightly gripped the hilt. Chapter 1357. The true Dragon Emperor sword trembled violently like a true dragon struggling with all its might. Suresword Qi whistled and golden light shot out in all directions, piercing through Li Qingshan's internal organs and shooting out from all over his body, leaving behind bloody holes. However, amidst the raging flames formed from blood, that pair of large hands continued to restrain the sword hilt. His smile was wanton, as if victory was within his grasp. He was still unable to use any of his innate abilities, and was almost completely relying on his physical body to slow down the true Dragon Emperor sword's sharpness. Finally, he grasped this opportunity. There was a ball of fire in his chest. The 9-heaven life soil was embedded there, and an endless stream of power came from it. That was the most primitive and basic power. He used his body as the sword hilt to restrain the true Dragon Emperor sword. However, he could not obtain victory with just this alone. It was only a matter of time before his physical body collapsed. Thus, he snickered and turned back into the sky-climbing vine. Just as Little Anne and the other two were waiting silently, they suddenly felt a powerful sword chi. A man and a sword crashed out from the middle of the sky-climbing vine, falling into the ocean like a meteor and stirring up huge waves. Qingshan, although it was only for an instant, the three saw the horrifying scene of Li Qingshan being riddled with wounds and having his heart pierced by the sword. They thought that he had encountered a terrifying enemy and was knocked down from the human realm. Just as they were about to rush over, Li Qingshan walked up from the bottom of the ocean step by step. His horrifying injuries were rapidly recovering. He grasped the true Dragon Emperor sword tightly in his right hand and flicked the blade. You should behave now, right? If he was in the human realm, it would be almost impossible for him to subdue this true Dragon Emperor sword in a short period of time. Instead, he might be killed by this sword in a short period of time. Thus, he turned back into the 5 continents world without hesitation. This was his territory. As the god of the world, even if Chuolong's main body descended into the world again, he would still have to kneel before him, let alone a mere sword. Looks like our speculation was correct. Chuolong's cave abode is above us, and there are no other enemies. This is really good news. After hearing Li Qingshan's introduction, Gu Yinying was also eager to try. There might be some other dangers. I've already adapted to some of the laws of the human realm. I'll go and take a look. Li Qingshan stabbed the true Dragon Emperor sword into the reef. He walked toward the sky-climbing vine again. Gu Yinying said, I'll have to trouble you then. It's fine for the women to wait at the back. Opening a path is a man's job. Li Qingshan intentionally shot a glance at Luo Ho Xiaoming. Unexpectedly, Luo Ho Xiaoming was not angry at all. Instead, He leisurely pulled out the true Dragon Emperor sword and examined it. He smiled and said, "It's your honor to open the way for me." Li Qingshan was startled for a moment before he smiled and said, "That's right. It's my honor to open the way for you. Only those who open the path with their own hands. Only then would he be worthy of others following him. This road to the 9 heavens naturally had to be opened by his own hands. Thus he took the third step towards the Tao of the human realm infernal domain. A handsome man with a dignified appearance was flying under the black sun on his sword. Suddenly he stopped, and a fierce look flashed across his face. "Li Qingshan, how dare you? How dare you? I will definitely return to the human world and take back everything that belongs to me. Chuolong, I'm hungry. Quickly find something to eat." Qian Rongji's lazy voice came from the diamond-shaped gem between his eyebrows. "What do you want to eat?" Chuolong regained his composure and asked gently. "The Demon Emperor. I've always missed the taste of that sword collection palace master." That day, after obtaining enough information, the two of them almost simultaneously restrained Sikong Song's sword and used the venomous snake hell to threaten him. After a round of soul-searching, then, they completely devoured him and eliminated all clues. We've already attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the infernal domain. Even if we have some concealment methods, we shouldn't make any more noise. That makes sense, but I still want to eat. Chuolong was silent for a moment. "As you wish." When Li Qingshan stood on the gray altar again, he finally had the time to examine his surroundings. He maintained his vigilance. As he looked around, he realized that he was in a splendid hall that resembled a palace. The spiritual qi was so dense that it was like liquid. If it was in the 5 continents world, the spiritual light it gave off would probably be visible for thousands of kilometers. However, here, it was only an indiscernible faint radiance. He could vaguely sense the operation of some kind of formation. It was more profound than any formation he had seen before. Its might was obvious. Fortunately, it had not launched an attack. Otherwise, Li Qingshan could just retreat to the 5 continents world and completely give up on this path. He could find another way to enter the human world. Guardian formations were usually used for external defense, but basically all formations had the greatest destructive power against internal enemies. Apart from that, there were no other ambushes or attacks. Perhaps Chuolong felt that the true Dragon Emperor sword was enough to guard this place. After all, it was only guarding against people sneaking in through the heaven-climbing vine. Even with Li Qingshan's current strength, he was in danger of being killed. If it were any other great demon king or great cultivator with a cultivation of 3 heavenly tribulations, they would basically be at his mercy. However, he did not act rashly. He cautiously stood on the altar, ensuring that he could retreat into the heaven-climbing vine at any time. As he breathed in and out pure spiritual qi, he adapted to the laws of the human world. Time passed bit by bit. The small world in his body slowly began to revolve. It was extremely difficult for it to directly affect the power of all his innate abilities. This included the strength of his physique and his recovery ability. Everything was suppressed. It was impossible for him to display the destructive power he had in the 5 continents world. However, this kind of suppression was not a bad thing. Instead, it was a good thing. It was just like the process of refining pills. Only under great pressure could the medicinal properties of various spirit herbs be forced out, finally condensing a small pill. Right now, it was like using heaven and earth as a pill furnace to help him refine his spiritual qi and condense his strength. Every time he breathed in a mouthful of spiritual qi and exhaled a mouthful of waste gas, his aura would become slightly purer. The effect of cultivation was far greater than in the 5 continents world. As for the power of magical abilities and techniques, it was just a kind of appearance. Just like how it was much easier to raise a strong wind than to raise a wave. If one was buried in the soil, sand, and rocks, it would be very difficult to move. He couldn't help but think of the situation when he had just arrived in the 5 continents world. The spiritual qi was obviously very thin, but the power of the magical techniques cast by the divine talisman of great creation was unexpectedly great. It was because of this natural law that the dense spiritual qi did not fill the world with spiritual light. If there were no such restrictions, in such an environment, perhaps everyone could cultivate in the human world. Any living thing could become a spirit, and there would be no mortals or wild beasts. As the god of the 5 continents world, Li Qingshan had personally experienced the evolution of a world from small to large. The laws of heaven and earth gave him the feeling that it was a living thing that always maintained a certain essence. For example, no matter how much a tiger ate, it would not grow into an elephant or a whale. It could only grow into a big tiger. No matter how big the 5 continents world became, and how dense the spiritual qi was, not everyone could cultivate, and even wild beasts could become monsters. Cultivators were the beloved children of the world, but also the rebellious children who wanted to betray the world. It was as if above the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds, there was a supreme law that made all the worlds maintain a certain similarity. He couldn't help but think of the illusory sun in the sky of the 9 continents world. Was the sun of the human world real? But it didn't matter. One day, he would see the real sun. Chapter 1358. There are no mountains of blades, seas of fire, frost, wind, or thunder. Everything is no different from when he was on the altar. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh in relief. Although the spirit turtle had recovered its ability to foresee, it was restricted by the laws of the world. Fate became even more unpredictable, no longer as clear and sharp as when it was in the lower world. However, he believed that if there was any life-threatening danger, it would still sense it. After all, he was not facing a living opponent right now. Even without special methods, the complicated and ever-changing human mind would naturally confuse the heavenly secrets. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the confusion. Instead, it was a formation without its own consciousness. Everything that happened afterwards was smoother than he had imagined. Li Qingshan relaxed very quickly. He began to wander around the dwelling, as if he was sightseeing. The 2 words Dragon Pool hung above the main entrance, which should be the name of the dwelling. If Chuolong was still here, it would live up to its name, but now I can only change it to Tiger's Lair. The entire Dragon Pool dwelling was built from a mountain. Due to the misconception the palace-like hall gave him, it was not as large as he had imagined. At the very least, it was far smaller than Dragon Head Mountain. However, every inch of space was meticulously carved, extremely luxurious and elegant. There was a main hall, a side hall, a study, a tea room, a side room, a garden. The most valuable building was actually the garden. Not only were there many exotic flowers and herbs, there was also a spiritual spring. Leaning over to drink a few mouthfuls, the spiritual qi was so thick that it made Li Qingshan feel like he was drunk. The exotic flowers and herbs gave off a strange fragrance, causing the qilin to become restless. The qilin's guide of longevity circulated even faster. He was about to master the first layer. However, apart from the true Dragon Emperor's sword, he did not find any other decent talismans, causing Li Qingshan to curse the Chuolong for being a pauper. However, on the desk in the study, he found a box of bookmarks. Some were carved from jade, some were made from silver, some were cast from copper, and some were carved from wood. All of them were antique, exquisite, and elegant. They contained a strange spiritual energy, but no matter how he looked at them, they didn't look like magic treasures that could kill or defend against enemies. He casually stowed them away in his Sumeru ring. Right, ever since he entered the human realm, even the space in the Sumeru ring had shrunk greatly. There was less than 1/10 of it left. Fortunately, there wasn't anything inside. Otherwise, there might be the danger of it exploding. There was no need to mention anything else. Just using this place as a cultivation cave had endless benefits. He could even try to push his cultivation to the 5th heavenly tribulation step by step. However, he did not dare to forget one thing. After entering the human realm, his 500-year promise with Cheongqi had shrunk greatly. If he couldn't find a way to deal with it, it would be meaningless even if he survived 5 heavenly tribulations. He had to find a way to enter the sinkhole. However, after patrolling for a while, He didn't find what he wanted to find the most, which was the eye of the entire formation. If he couldn't find the eye of the formation, he wouldn't be able to control the entire protective formation, and this Dragon Pool Immortal's cave wouldn't belong to him anymore. If he broke the formation by force, the formation would have counterattack. Perhaps it had attracted the attention of others because of this Dragon Pool cave abode. It was of Li he and or of never he, or he Li he did not. He of and Li Qingshan had never studied the way of formations, so he had never broken through the formation with force. It was the derivation of the spirit turtle. Now that he could not use force, he could not derive anything either. What a headache! Then he remembered what the Chua dragon had said. He had a flash of inspiration and came to a realization. The Chua dragon had once said that he wanted to refine the world of the 9 provinces into a dwelling. In that case, it was impossible to simply use the heaven-climbing vine to connect the world of the 9 provinces with the Dragon Pool's dwelling. There had to be some way to combine the two, turning the world of the 9 provinces into a part of the Dragon Pool's dwelling. As a result, Li Qingshan returned to where he started and studied the tall altar. It was gray like it was carved from regular rock. However, when he touched it, it felt extremely sturdy and delicate, like some kind of jade. Originally, he thought the altar was only used to locate the heaven-climbing vine. From the looks of it, it was not that simple. His gaze landed on the pillar that led straight to the main hall. Without the golden dragon formed by the true Dragon Emperor sword, it seemed even more ordinary. However, standing at the center of the altar was not just for decoration. Perhaps the golden dragon was not just there to kill the stowaways. It was also there to protect them. Thinking up to there, Li Qingshan ascended the altar again and arrived before the pillar. He extended his hand in an attempt to touch it. The spirit turtle suddenly gave him a strong warning, warning him that it was very likely for him to pay the price with his life. Li Qingshan was overjoyed instead of alarmed. The pillar was definitely the crucial point of the entire formation. Once someone attempted to destroy or refine it, they would immediately trigger the attack of the entire formation. Obviously, their lives would be in danger. As a result, he pulled his hand back and waited for the arrival of Little Ann and the others. If he wanted to refine the formation, he needed someone to watch over it. In just a short while, the sun rose and set in the world of the 5 provinces. Time passed by extremely quickly, which made him feel a sense of urgency. Time waited for no man. Very soon the 3 of them arrived. They sensed the pure spiritual qi, and their expressions varied. Little Ann closed her eyes and sensed it. Although she did not rely on spiritual qi to cultivate, she had to cultivate in a world like this if she wanted to cultivate the path of white bone and great beauty to an even higher level. Gu Yinying smiled from ear to ear, unable to disguise her joy at all. Luo Ho Xiaoming, on the other hand, felt rather emotional. In such a short amount of time, he had actually returned to the 6 realms of Sasra from a miniature world with thin spiritual qi. Although it could not compare to the Azura realm, it was still a world of the same level after all. His cultivation would recover at an even faster rate. This was all thanks to Li Qingshan. Once the 3 of them had grown accustomed to the laws of the world in the mortal realm, Little Ann set up the Blood Sea banner, and a river of blood surged out, wrapping around the altar. Then, she cast down the skeleton demon formation, forming a powerful defensive formation. Luo Ho Xiaoming stood behind Li Qingshan, preparing to make up for Little Ann. Gu Yinying unfurled her wings as a final insurance. She was prepared to flee back to the world of the 5 provinces with them, if the refinement failed. When everything was ready, Li Qingshan's eyes turned a deep blue, as tranquil and silent as the deep sea. He placed his hand on the Hua Biao gently. In that instant, a fierce gale surged, kicking up waves of blood. Rolling, dark clouds surrounded them from all directions, filled with lightning and thunder. It was deafening. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to it. He used the spirit turtle transformation to deduce the formation with all his might. With a hum, torrential rain shot out from the dark clouds like arrows. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck down like heavy hammers. The river of blood surged, blocking the torrential rain. However, a gap was blasted open by the lightning, allowing the torrential rain to pour in. Luo Xiaoming, who had been standing motionless, suddenly let out a roar and moved. He transformed into a blurry humanoid figure and flew around Huabiao. His fists, legs, elbows, knees, head, every part of his body was a weapon, shattering the rainstorm and the lightning. Yet in a single moment, the Blood Sea banner was riddled with holes. Over a dozen skull prayer beads were shattered, and the entire skeleton demon formation fell by a level. Blood oozed from the corner of Luo Xiaoming's mouth. He called out, "We can't hold on for much longer. Yinying, get ready." Even if they all possessed superhuman bloodlines and legacies, it was impossible for them to contend against the protective formation of the human emperor's dwelling. At most, they could only buy some time for Li Qingshan. If they could not refine the formation in time, then they could only retreat. Yes, Gu Yinying suddenly noticed. The raindrops left some dents on the sacrificial altar. If we retreat this time, the sacrificial altar will be destroyed. Luo Xiaoming frowned. It's not just the sacrificial altar. The crucial points of the formation will be destroyed as well, so we won't be able to refine this formation anymore. The heaven-climbing vine won't be able to stab into the dwelling either. This is probably the insurance that Huilong left behind. In reality, Huilong had not thought of this at all. It was already inconceivable enough that a third heavenly tribulation cultivator could withstand the surprise attack of the true Dragon Emperor's sword, let alone this traversing clouds and summoning rain formation. Just that gust of wind was enough to destroy the soul and destroy the bones. And once the protective formation was activated, it would not care about any losses at all. It would only destroy the intruder at all costs. Even the crucial points of the formation would be destroyed. It would not give the enemy a chance to refine it. This formation had its own protective mechanism. Littleton said calmly, 10 breaths left. 7. The torrential rain poured down, washing away the blood river. 4. Lightning raged, ripping open the skeletons. 1. Tens of thousands of raindrops, and a chain of lightning pounced towards the four from all directions. Gu Yinying grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder. She was about to retreat into the heaven-climbing vine. Li Qingshan yelled, "Clouds and rain scatter!" In that instant, the dark clouds, torrential rain, and lightning all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never existed. Gu Yinying was startled. She smiled and gave Li Qingshan a thumbs up. He was always so reliable. Li Qingshan spread his arms. "Welcome to our new home. I've already thought of a new name." Luo Xiaoming interrupted. "It's not suitable for us to stay here for long. Let's forget about the new name." Gu Yinying also said, "That's right. The name doesn't really matter." Littleton nodded silently. Li Qingshan said, "Hey, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just don't want to hear the name I give you." Luo Xiaoming pretended to be surprised. "I didn't think you would have such self-awareness. I've underestimated you. Fine, you're unlucky. If you don't want to hear it, I can't be bothered to say it. Thank God. Right now, we need to send people out immediately to gather information and understand the situation in the surroundings, so that we can come up with the next step of the plan." When Luo said, "We need to send people immediately," he only looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan pointed at himself. "Me again?" Luo Xiaoming nodded. "Yes, you again. You're a professional warrior. Why are you hiding in the back and pretending to be a military advisor?" Gu Yinying said, "Why don't you let me go? If there's any trouble, I can escape faster." Luo Xiaoming said, "Azuras are a little conspicuous in the human realm, and beautiful women will easily attract attention wherever they go, and hiding their true appearance will easily attract trouble, so fine, I'll go. But before I leave, I want to tell you that this cave is called Starting Point." Luo Xiaoming was stunned. He suddenly said, "I'm sorry." Gu Yinying also had an apologetic expression. Chapter 1359. A burst of wild laughter rang out. Li Qingshan slapped his thigh and said, "I knew you guys have no taste, so I purposely tested you by building a cave." Ha 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 ha. The corner of Luo Xiaoming's eye twitched. I really want to beat him up. Gu Yinying rolled her eyes. Unfortunately, you can't beat him. Little An lowered her head. I'm not happy. Greater than over equal to 4 all greater than over equal to 4 all. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. My Shaoan is obviously an exception, but if it's the dragon pool dwelling, then so be it. This is indeed not a place to stay for long. It's hard to say when we will have guests. I will find a new cave as soon as possible, so you guys can cultivate here. However, don't try to pass the tribulation for now. I'm afraid it will attract some people's attention. Little An said. Qingshan, you idiot. I don't need you to tell me. You are so long-winded. Li Qingshan's smile froze while Little An laughed. Gu Yinying smiled. The new cave can't be too bad. Don't worry, it will be better than this. Li Qingshan rubbed Little An's cheeks hard, waved his hand, and walked towards the entrance of the cave. With a loud bang, the stone door opened. Bright and beautiful sunlight poured in and engulfed his figure. The sun was like fire. It was midsummer, and the rolling mountains were verdant. The green was so thick that it seemed like it was going to drip down from the mountains. As the mountain breeze blew, the smell of grass and trees rushed over, mixed with the chirping of birds. It was a scene full of vitality. However, there was nothing special about it. If it were not for the unusual density of the spiritual qi, he would have suspected that he had returned to the 9 provinces, standing on Crouching Ox Hill, and looking at the boundless mountains. He had officially stepped into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it was like he had experienced reincarnation. However, when he looked back, there were no small villages. There were only lonely mountains, and the mountains were like dragons. Li Qingshan randomly picked up a stone and crushed it, feeling the change in his power. It's almost like I've fallen by a major realm. Maybe it's more than that. If I transform into a fiend god, I probably won't even reach 100 feet. This is a great thing for cultivation. How interesting. And just as I expected, the laws of heaven and earth had a restraining effect. Otherwise, in such an environment with rich spiritual qi, even if birds and beasts couldn't become monsters, their lifespans would be greatly extended. Once they had a longer lifespan, the possibility of them becoming monsters would increase greatly. As the most intelligent of all creatures, humans were probably all born with innate spiritual bodies and had the potential to become cultivators. If that's the case, I'm afraid this place can no longer be called the mortal realm. Other than the dragon pool immortal cave behind him, there was no one else in the surroundings. This was to be expected. Even mortals would look for a beautiful place to build a villa after they became rich. Cultivators would choose a blessed place where spirit veins gathered to build their immortal's cave. It was even more impossible for them to gather together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to walk out from the front door so casually. However, this did not mean that it was safe. This dragon pool cave dwelling was definitely within the sphere of influence of the myriad manifestation sect. With the flying speed of cultivators, there would be people who would come looking for the Hui dragon at any time. They would definitely come knocking on his door. With their current strength, they could not even defeat a human sovereign realm cultivator. Moreover, the strongest cultivator of the myriad manifestation sect was definitely not just a human sovereign realm cultivator. Even if all this did not happen, cultivation required calmness and concentration. How could they be uneasy all the time? They even had to be careful when going through the heavenly tribulation. Thus, they had to find a new immortal's cave dwelling as their base. However, he had just arrived in the human world. He was unfamiliar with the place and did not know where to find out information. Just as he was about to randomly choose a direction, he suddenly sniffed and reached out his hand to grab a gust of mountain wind. He placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it hard. Human smell. He laughed. Like a demon that was about to choose a person to devour, he leaped and fell straight down the cliff. The mountain wind whistled past his ears. A blue wave blew against his face. With a plop, the blue wave shattered and fell into the deep pool. After sinking for more than 100 feet, he still could not see the bottom. Perhaps this was the origin of the name Dragon Pool. Sunlight shone through the water surface and rippled. He raised his head and gazed at the scene. After thinking for a while, he swam upstream. When he walked out of the pool, water droplets rolled down, His red hair and red eyes had already turned into black hair and black eyes, fusing the appearance of his demon form and his original human form. He was still extraordinarily handsome, but he was no longer a naked demon. In the human world, he obviously had to act like a human. However, even though he had concealed his demon chi, he still could not hide the wild and violent nature of a demon king. Even though he was a human, he cultivated a brutal and overbearing cultivation method, like the extreme emperor's record of world destruction. He was just short of carving the word bad guy on his forehead. He was truly unsuitable for gathering information. He waved his hand, and the deep pool fell silent. The blue waves were like a mirror. He squatted down and looked at it. He could not help but frown. Immediately, his killing intent surged like a tiger crouching, terrifying people. The tiger demon is too fierce. The phoenix is too proud. The spirit turtle is too cold. And the ape demon is basically a joke. He probably can't help but look for some fun, or in other words, trouble. The ox demon isn't bad. He's rather simple and honest, but it's a pity that he's a little unreasonable. He muttered to himself as he made various expressions. Some were reserved, some were indifferent, like he was changing his face. Every single expression was vastly different, basically like he was a different person. This was the special characteristics of the various demonic transformations. Not only would it affect his expression and bearing, but it would even affect his way of doing things from the inside out, as well as his future cultivation. An expression flashed across his face, and his eyes lit up. He slapped his right cheek 3 times, switched his expression 3 times, and then patted his left cheek gently. Finally, he managed to capture the expression that flashed by, and he smiled in satisfaction. In the water mirror, his face was peaceful, filled with love for all life in the world from the bottom of his heart. He could not even bear to harm a blade of grass or an ant. In particular, his eyes seemed to be emerald green. They were like willow branches swaying in the spring breeze, gentle and lively, yet also like the seawater under the summer sun. They were filled with a pleasant liveliness. As a matter of fact, he even seemed rather innocent. When he smiled, he was like a young man. This was the benevolence that existed in the depths of his heart, and the Qilin transformation made it even clearer. He touched his face and smiled. Alright, this is it. With just this face, I'll twist off the head of anyone who dares to say I'm not a good person. I happen to be cultivating the Qilin's guide of longevity as well, so I'll be getting the best of both worlds. He turned around and entered the forest, rushing off in the direction of the smell of humans. Traversing over mountains and ridges, Li Qingshan traveled for over 50 kilometers. Suddenly, a gust of foul air assaulted him. With a roar, a brightly colored tiger with a white forehead and drooping eyes leapt out of the forest. It was twice the size of a regular tiger, almost becoming a demon. It stared at Li Qingshan covetously, blocking his path. Li Qingshan concealed all of his aura, so he seemed more like a mortal. When he saw the tiger blocking his path, he was in no hurry to advance. He stopped and looked at the tiger with a smile. The tiger looked at him suspiciously and approached him step by step. Suddenly, it met his eyes and lowered its head. It slowly retreated and made way for him, like a loyal general facing a benevolent king. Li Qingshan's smile became wider. Good cat, you're indeed from my family. In the future, eat more vegetables and less meat. I hope you'll become a demon soon. The tiger let out a cry as if it was responding to him. It turned around and leapt into the forest. Haha, this is a good move. In the future, I'll have to convince people with virtue. Li Qingshan continued forward and passed through the dense forest. As he got closer to the smell of humans, he felt a little excited. He couldn't help but slow down. This was someone from the Tao of the human realm. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and felt a little strange. There were many people around, but why were they all hiding behind the trees? There was also a faint smell of blood. With a swoosh, a cold light flashed in front of him. A strong man leapt out from behind the tree. His face was fierce and his upper body was bare. His muscles were bulging. Hey, kid, this road is opened by me. And this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave the toll. Li Qingshan was stunned. He had a strange feeling and thought in disbelief. I'm being robbed. The strong man put down the big knife in his hand and laughed. This kid is scared silly. Brothers, come out. More than 10 bandits walked out of the forest and looked at Li Qingshan as if they were looking at a cow or a sheep. They talked all at once. This kid is empty-handed. He doesn't look like a merchant, nor does he look like a passerby. I wonder where he came from. Maybe he's also an idiot looking for immortality. Haha, there are so many idiots like him recently. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see if you're worthy? If that's true, then we can have a big meal again. But he looks like a poor guy. His looks are not bad. Maybe we can sell him for a good price. It's better to eat. Li Qingshan came back to his senses. He immediately wanted to turn hostile and kill them. But then he remembered that he had just confirmed the rules of conduct in the human world. Moreover, this was the first group of people he had met in the human world. Even if it was just for cultivation, it was not good to change his course immediately. Forget it, you guys are lucky. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. I'm now using virtue to win people over. Using virtue to win people over. While repeating the words, using virtue to win people over, he stared deeply at the leader of the bandits and said with a smile, "My friend, please do me a favor." The bandit leader stood there in a daze, as if he was also stunned by the strange charm of those eyes. Li Qingshan smiled and was about to go around him. The bandit leader suddenly became furious. He put his knife on Li Qingshan's neck and said, "You're quite brave. You dare to call me brother. Now kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Call me grandpa 3 times. I'll do you a favor." The Qilin was the king of all beasts. Even if there was only a trace of its aura, it could make a tiger retreat. Even if humans were infected by the Qilin's aura, they would not easily change their minds. After all, the Qilin did not have the charm of the 9-tailed fox. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. Then he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "Damn it, the human world is really too unfriendly." The group of bandits made an unbridled noise. "You're really an idiot. Don't you see what grandpas do? Do you think you can get away with a few words? Everyone here is your grandpa. You have to kowtow 3 times and call me grandpa 3 times. The one in front of you is the big grandpa. And I'm your second grandpa." The bandit leader grinned and said, "If you dare to say no, I'll immediately dig out your heart and liver to go with wine." Good idea. Chapter 1360. Where did you get this? The bandit leader suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Download the complete collection. My king. A bandit pointed at his chest in horror. He lowered his head and saw a trail of blood spreading out. His vision turned black, and he fell to the ground dead. A dark cloud crossed the scorching sun, and the forest suddenly darkened. A few shrill screams quickly calmed down, mixed with a few murmurs. Ah, win people over with virtue, win people over with virtue. However, in this world, it was always easy to surrender to a fierce beast, but difficult to win people over. A tiger's roar resounded through the mountains. After a while, the treetops shook and a fishy smell came. Just now, the fierce tiger jumped out of the forest and saw a pair of red eyes in the dark forest. It lay on the ground, its hair standing on end, and trembled. Even if it had some spiritual intelligence, it couldn't connect this with the strange human that it saw just now. Big cat, make way for me. I'll treat you to a meal, and we won't owe each other anything. Ha ha ha. In ancient times, Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the tiger. Today Li Qingshan killed the thief to feed the tiger. Isn't he better than Buddha? Gulp gulp gulp. The strong wine entered his throat, and he was as wild as a tiger. After a while, a handsome young man walked out of the forest. The clouds parted, and the sun shone brightly. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and smiled peacefully. His stomach growled a few times, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Just now it was just anger. You want to drink my heart? I'll taste your heart. However, after eating it, the taste was surprisingly good. The rich spiritual energy merged into every inch of his flesh, and it was still jumping in his mouth. When he bit down, it was like a juicy beef ball. Then he couldn't resist the urge and ate to his heart's content. If he didn't have humanity, he probably wouldn't have been able to wait until the tiger came. Was it because of the spiritual energy? No, when he ate the Frost Wolf King, the spiritual energy was richer, but he didn't feel this way. It was hunger, the law of heaven and earth of the human realm. He returned this long-lost feeling to him, and he once again had the instincts of a living creature. And as the spirit of all things, humans were to demons. Perhaps they were really delicious. He couldn't help but smile. It seemed like such an ordinary world, but it actually hid so many mysteries. He opened his palm, and there was an exquisite wooden bookmark. It was exactly the same as the bookmark he found in the Dragon Pool Immortal's cave. He found it on the bandit leader's body. He lowered his head and sniffed lightly. Other than the disgusting smell of the bandit leader's sweat, there was another smell that was even thicker. There was a faint trace of a clear spiritual aura, which was definitely not something a mortal could possess. Although he did not know the effects of this item, it was definitely not something a bandit could possess. He recalled what the bandits had said. Cultivators? It can't be. When he followed the smell to the bandit's lair, he found a young man with a swollen nose and a swollen face. He was completely naked and tied up like a pig. All right, Li Qingshan exhaled. Judging from this guy's aura, he really was a chi practitioner. Moreover, his aura was exactly the same as the one on the wooden bookmark. Yes, he was a chi practitioner who had been captured by bandits. From the looks of it, he was going to be used as an accompaniment to wine. The young man was ashamed and anxious as he said, "Save me! Save me!" There was the taste of peppercorns in his mouth. Li Qingshan took out the wooden bookmark. "Is this yours?" The young man's eyes immediately lit up. "It's mine. Where did you get this from? Did you kill those bandits?" "Those bandits were eaten by tigers. I picked it up." The young man let out a sigh of relief. He immediately forgot about his current predicament. He said reluctantly, "Can you return it to me?" Li Qingshan said, "Sure. That's fantastic. Heaven helps the worthy. Can you help me untie this rope? Tell me first, what's the use of this thing?" Li Qingshan waved the wooden bookmark in front of him. This is my family heirloom. It's not very useful. It's just a souvenir." The young man's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered. Li Qingshan smiled. He found the box of bookmarks. Could it be that they were all family heirlooms of this type? There were several hundred of them. Could it be that they were all this lamb's family heirlooms? Could it be that Chualong is your ancestor? It's real. It's useless even if you take it. You saved my life. I'll definitely repay you in the future. I'm a chi practitioner. Li Qingshan asked. You're a chi practitioner. How did you end up being captured by a group of bandits? In the 9 continents, even the weakest chi practitioner could easily kill hundreds or thousands of bandits. Needless to say, in the original world of the 5 continents, they were called innate experts. Each and every one of them stood at the peak of the world. Sigh, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Especially that bandit leader. His blade technique is very powerful. Although I know a few spells, I can't compare to his blade. But when I succeed in establishing my foundation, I won't be afraid of hundreds or thousands of bandits. The young man tried his best to raise his head. He wanted to put on a proud expression, but he only looked more and more pathetic. Fine, I'll ask you again. What's the use of this thing? Didn't I tell you? It's my family heirloom. One must always be on guard against others. But I'm your savior. It's not appropriate for you to lie to me twice. Li Qingshan faintly revealed the aura of the Imperial Ultimate World Destruction record. The young man only felt that he suddenly became overbearing and couldn't look straight at him. It was as if he could kill him at any time. He shouted, "Senior." Junior had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'll tell you. This is the Writ of Immortal Ascension." Writ of Immortal Ascension? Li Qingshan was stunned. He looked at the wooden bookmark in his hand. This is it. Then wouldn't he be able to ascend several hundred times? Moreover, judging from the spiritual aura, this kind of wooden bookmark was the worst. With a wave of his hand, the rope was destroyed. The young man crawled up from the ground. He didn't even bother to find clothes to cover his body. He raised his butt and knelt on the ground. He said excitedly, "Junior is Zhu Yingkai. What's senior's cultivation level? Could it be that you've already formed your core?" Li Qingshan said, "Am I the one asking you? Or are you asking me, how are you going to ascend with this thing? The young man said. Senior must have come from afar. Otherwise, how could you not recognize this thing? This is a Xian wooden bookmark passed down by the Wanxiang sect. The Wanxiang sect accepts disciples once every 10 years. You can participate in the examination with this item. If you pass, you can enter the sect and perhaps become an immortal. That's why it's commonly known as the Rite of Immortal Ascension. Wanxiang sect. I seem to have heard of this name. What are the benefits of joining this Wanxiang sect? Li Qingshan's mind turned. Even if it was just for self-preservation, he had to find out more about the Wanxiang sect. Moreover, he had a lot of Rite of Immortal Ascension in his hands. Zhu Yingkai said, "This has endless benefits." Suddenly, Li Qingshan's stomach growled. Looking at his fair and clean appearance, his appetite was inexplicably aroused. He licked his lips. At least those bandits were right about one thing. The heart of a cultivator should be more delicious. Why don't you put on your clothes, and we'll find a place to talk slowly. You don't have to be afraid. I've always won people over with my virtue. Zhu Yingkai felt a chill run down his spine. He raised his head and saw a youthful face. His eyes were filled with peace and benevolence, making people feel warm. To be continued. Chapter 1361. The path of the bandits' ambush was naturally not deserted. The road was filled with the smell of humans. And as they moved forward, the smell became thicker and thicker. Thud, along the way, Zhu Yingkai treated a senior like Li Qingshan with great respect. He constantly tried to find something to talk about. If Li Qingshan showed him a bit of respect, he would immediately kneel down and worship him as his master. Li Qingshan asked, "Aren't you going to join Wanxiang sect? How can you worship me as your master?" This Wanxiang sect is so big, they shouldn't care about these small details? Zhu Yingkai's words were evasive, obviously not understanding the rules of Wanxiang sect. But compared to the distant Wanxiang sect, he wanted to get close to Li Qingshan. Otherwise, if he encountered bandits on the way, he might never reach Wanxiang sect. But it was impossible for him to give up on entering Wanxiang sect and follow a person of unknown origin. So I'm just a small detail. Li Qingshan was a bit disappointed. This Zhu Yingkai knew very little about Wanxiang sect. Basically, it was all legends and speculations. There was no useful information. After all, he was just a Qi practitioner, and this was the mortal realm, where Qi practitioners were not much stronger than mortals. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have become a bandit's meal. No, a teacher for a day is a father for life. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be my master. Zhu Yingkai vowed, but it was not convincing at all. Let's talk about it in the future. At this time, their field of vision suddenly widened, and they had unknowingly walked out of the forest. At the end of the road was a small village. The sky was getting dark, but there was no smoke rising from the village, and there were no dogs barking or chickens crowing. When they got closer, it turned out to be a deserted village, and it seemed to have been abandoned not long ago. A few hungry wild dogs with bony ribs were fighting over a hungry dog with bony ribs, baring their teeth and growling when people got close. Li Qingshan glanced around. The wild dogs were whimpering and lying on the ground, wagging their tails desperately, as if they had seen their master. Maybe they really were just dogs not long ago. Zhu Yingkai was surprised. He picked up the knife he picked up from the bandit's lair and stepped forward bravely. "Do you want me to kill these evil dogs for you to eat?" Li Qingshan said lightly. "I'm afraid there's a lot of human flesh in their stomachs." Human flesh? Zhu Yingkai's expression changed. He looked at the mutilated hungry man on the ground and hurriedly covered his mouth. "What is this place?" Li Qingshan smelled a lot of messy scents in the air. Apart from blood, there were weapons as well. Many people who did not belong to the village had barged in and taken everyone away, while the people who could not leave remained here and starved to death. The Tao of the human realm was too unreliable. In any case, there were immortals and even true immortals, but it was a chaotic scene. Did he have to witness such a scene right after choosing the Qilan's benevolence path? Zhu Yingkai took out a sheepskin map from the bamboo basket on his back and studied it carefully. Ah, this is the border of Bailu country. Is it famous? Of course he's very famous. Even though it's only 1,000 miles wide, the capital of Bailu country is famous for its prosperity. There's definitely food there. Li Qingshan felt even hungrier. He glanced at the sheepskin map. Then let's go. He grabbed Zhu Yingkai and soared into the sky. Amidst his ear-piercing screams, they disappeared into the night sky. Li Qingshan retracted the transformations of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, and only used the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction. With the restrictions of the Tao of the human realm, his speed was not much faster than a bird's, but it didn't take long for him to cover a few hundred miles. When the two landed outside Bailu City, Zhu Yingkai lay on the ground and vomited as he gazed at Li Qingshan in great admiration. "Senior, you can fly. Could you be a nascent soul cultivator?" Li Qingshan said in disdain. "Can't you finish vomiting before talking to me? But is this the prosperous place you were talking about?" Not far away, there was a city gate with the words Bailu City carved on it. Outside the gate, there were shacks of various sizes. The shacks surrounded the entire city, and there were sounds of people moaning and moaning. Even from such a distance, Li Qingshan could smell the stench. Startled by Zhu Yingkai's scream, a group of farmers with sickly faces and shabby clothes surrounded them. Some of them were even armed with hoes and bamboo poles. Who are you people? Where did you come from? How dare you? How dare you be rude to your senior? Fire dragon spell. With Li Qingshan by his side, Zhu Yingkai's courage grew. He chopped the bamboo pole in front of him and waved his hand, sending out a stream of flames that illuminated the terrified faces of the farmers and scorched some of their hair and eyebrows. Li Qingshan saw it clearly. It was not that this guy was being merciful, but that he could only cast a spell of this level, which was not much better than a magic trick. However, the true qi in his dantian was extremely pure and condensed. In the land of the 9 provinces, even a foundation-building cultivator might not have such a true qi. At the same time, the amount of true qi in his dantian was very small. It was no wonder that he was no match for the bandits. Ah, it's the warlock of the fatuous king. He must be here to spy on the military situation. Report to the general. The farmers first screamed and retreated, then dropped their weapons and turned around to escape. Military situation. Only then did Li Qingshan realize that the shacks were a military camp, and it seemed that they were still besieging the city. These people were probably the rebel army formed by the refugees. Everything in the deserted village could be explained now. He didn't want to fly into the city directly, because he might be noticed by some people. However, the city gate was closed, so there was nothing he could do. He could only hide his breath as much as possible, grab Zhu Yingkai, and jump onto the city wall. The guards on the city wall were very lax. The soldiers were all over the place, and some were even drinking and gambling. They didn't care about the rebel army outside the city, and none of them noticed the figure that suddenly appeared on the city wall. Only a Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, but in the blink of an eye, the figure had already disappeared. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and curse. What bad luck! Everyone else is drinking in Deer Garden, and I have to be on such a lousy errand. Walking on the street in the city, Li Qingshan realized that what Zhu Yingkai said was true. This dear city was indeed a bustling place. It was already night time, but there was still a lot of noise everywhere. It was a flourishing scene, and the city was only separated from the outside by a city wall, but it was like 2 different worlds. Also, it lived up to its name of Deer City. There were stag, female deer, big deer, and small deer everywhere, walking leisurely on the street. Not only were they not afraid of people, but they even had to make way for them. It was a beautiful scene of people living in harmony with nature. However, there were also many beggars in ragged clothes with numb expressions, begging in sorrow. They were being driven back and forth. After all, a city wall couldn't separate 2 worlds. He also discovered that the pedestrians fed the deer more than they gave alms. And those hungry beggars stared at the fat deer in front of them, drooling, but none of them dared to make a move. Humans were inferior to deer. It was really strange. Was this still considered the way of the human world? If I caught one and ate it, I wonder what would happen. He shook his head and threw the idea of looking for trouble out of his mind. He raised his head and took a deep breath. All kinds of smells in the city entered his nostrils. He chose the most tempting smell and walked through the crowd. Zhu Yingkai followed closely behind, his eyes darting around, thinking about how to trick Li Qingshan to go to the Wanxiang sect. Even if he couldn't become a disciple, he would at least have a big bodyguard. With his ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, he would probably be able to arrive in a day. Wouldn't that save him a lot of trouble? Li Qingshan stepped onto a stone bridge. The river under the bridge was gurgling, and the river was full of pleasure boats and pleasure boats. The place where the fragrance came from was a brightly lit building, from which the sound of birds talking and bamboo flutes could be heard. The strong smell of cosmetics had already covered the aroma of the food. He didn't need to guess to know where it was. It was indeed worthy of being one of the oldest professions of mankind. And the poem, "The merchant girl doesn't know the hatred of the subjugation of the country, and sings the flowers in the backyard across the river." Even someone as straightforward as Li Qingshan was familiar with it. She couldn't help but think of Qiu Haitang. Although they met a few times later on, they didn't spend much time together. Moreover, the breaking of the red thread of yearning made her quite sad. But after a while, she felt much better. Senior, wait for me." Zhu Yingkai caught up with him breathlessly. It took him a lot of effort to catch up with Li Qingshan's footsteps. He saw a faint smile on his handsome face, revealing an expression of nostalgia. There was a kind of indescribable gentleness and peace, as if there was a faint halo, which made him stunned. He couldn't help but think, Senior has saved my life. If I still want to use him, am I still a human? Several women passing by the bridge forgot to look at the road in a daze, and almost fell into the water. But the most sensitive reaction was not him or them, but a group of little beggars whose gender couldn't be distinguished. With the desire to survive, as if they saw the real life coming, they rushed up one after another, holding a broken bowl. "Sir, give me a mouthful of food. I'm starving to death." Me too. I haven't eaten for 3 days." Wah 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 wah. Some people simply cried, their faces full of snot and tears. Immediately, they surrounded Li Qingshan tightly. He saw how they were all skinny, which made them seem quite pitiful. He waved his hand. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a great meal." The little beggars fell silent and forgot to make a fuss or cry. They had only wanted to ask for a few copper coins, but they didn't expect it to turn into a feast. Returning to his senses, he cheered and followed behind Li Qingshan, charging towards the brightly lit building. He did not care what kind of place it was. If he, Li Qingshan, wanted to eat, he obviously wanted to eat the best. Only then did Zhu Yingkai snap out of his daze and hurriedly followed, praising Senior in his heart, bringing a bunch of little beggars to a brothel. Senior really is a master of his generation. But since he's so kind, I'm sure he won't refuse me if I ask him to give me a ride. Li Qingshan strode forward and parted the crowd, heading towards the largest money-squandering establishment in Whitestag Windstream. All the beggars on the street followed behind him. He looked like the leader of a beggar's sect, but he forgot one thing. He didn't have a single copper coin on him, so how could his Sumeru ring contain such items? Even if he did, he would probably scoff inwardly. I don't pay for eating people, so why should I pay for eating? Chapter 1362. Without much time to think, the splendid building was already in front of them. It was hidden among several peach and plum trees in the courtyard in front of the door, revealing a bit of tranquility. Men and women coming and going were all well dressed and arrogant. If the refugees outside the city were evil ghosts wailing in the Hell Tao, then they were the celestial beings in the way of heaven. The beggars swallowed their saliva and looked hesitant, not daring to go forward. The so-called oppressive wealth was just like this. The celestial beings were alarmed by the movement in the courtyard and disgust and surprise. "Ah, why are there so many beggars outside? Are they here to make trouble? Now there is a lot of noise outside the city." The middle-aged madam was greeting people in the hall. She hurried to the door and shouted angrily, Guards, where are they? Where are the guards? Where are the guards?" Where the hell did they all go? Beat these beggars out of here. A few burly and fierce-looking guards rushed out. The leader of the guards reeked of alcohol, and there was a scar on his face. The smell of alcohol and anger surged into his body, and his scar turned bright red, making him look incredibly ferocious. Fuck, a group of stinky beggars. Are you tired of living? How dare you find trouble in front of my door? Without saying anything, he slapped the little beggar, setting off a strong wind. It was obvious that he had kung fu. This slap would at least take half of the beggar's life. In the air, it fell into a white and slender palm. The little beggar, who had escaped, rolled and crawled backward. The beggars retreated in panic, revealing the figure of Li Qingshan. His chest rose and fell a few times. He muttered a few times, "Win people over with virtue." Just now he raised his head and smiled. "These are all my guests." He stood in the swaying lights and mottled shadows of the trees. His eyes were as soft as a pool of clear water. No woman could move their eyes away from his face and exclaimed, "What a handsome Langjun." It was Madame's love money and girls love beauty. For a moment, they were worried for him. "Your guests." The head guard's eyes widened. He tried to pull his hand back a few times, but it was as if he had fallen into an iron hoop. With a sudden pull, Li Qingshan let go of his hand. He plopped down on the ground and cursed. "You brat, are you here to cause trouble? Brothers, attack." The guards rubbed their fists and were about to pounce on him. "Wait, you guys, step back first. I'll ask him." The madam saw that Li Qingshan was handsome and had an extraordinary appearance. He also had a calm demeanor, as if everything was under his control. She had only seen this kind of demeanor in a few people. All of them were powerful people who wielded great power. And behind them was a fair-skinned companion with a long saber in his hand. He immediately did not dare to be careless. "Young master, where are you from? Why are you treating these beggars to a meal?" If there was such a young master in the city, how could she not have heard of him? If he was an outsider, there was no need for him to cause trouble. Li Qingshan cupped his hands in greeting. "Big sister, I came from a faraway place. Coincidentally, I was hungry and wanted to have a big meal. Seeing that these children are so hungry and really pitiful, I might as well treat them to a meal. Can you do me a favor?" It was hard for him to pretend to be so courteous, but the madam did not fall for it. Once she heard that he came from a faraway place, she felt that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own land. "What kind of place is this? How can I allow you to bring a group of beggars to behave atrociously?" If it was someone else, they would have beaten him out of the door. However, his words were polite, and his appearance was really lovable. She looked him up and down. "These beggars are reincarnated as ghosts who died of hunger. Please forgive me for asking, did young master bring enough money? Our floral fragrance restaurant's food is very expensive." "Money?" Li Qingshan was empty-handed. There was only a sumaru ring on his hand. Naturally, there was not a single coin in it. He glanced at Zhu Yingkai beside him. "Did you bring money?" Of course. Zhu Yingkai wholeheartedly wanted Li Qingshan to send him to the Wanxiang sect. It was a rare opportunity for him to show off. He immediately put down the bamboo basket behind him and took out all his money. There were a few large pieces of silver and a small piece of gold. That's right, most of it was looted from the bandits' lair. The entire restaurant roared with laughter. The madam smiled with pity. "This bit of gold and silver is probably only enough to order a small pot of wine and a few side dishes. However, you are a guest from afar. If young master is hungry, this sister will take out her private money and invite young master to our restaurant for a drink." She reached out and lightly pinched Li Qingshan's hand. She turned around and her expression changed. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and beat these stinking beggars out." "Wait. What else does young master want to say? Besides money, do you also accept anything else?" The madam smiled. "What does young master have?" "Mom, quickly let him come up and let the sisters check him." This caused another round of laughter. At this time, the entire restaurant had come out to watch the commotion. Every window was crowded with people. Li Qingshan smiled. "Since this place is called Fragrant Flower Restaurant, you must like flowers. However, looking at the hundreds of withered flowers in this courtyard, it is a bit unworthy of the name. I will give you a peach blossom tree in exchange for a full meal. Young master really knows how to joke. Not to mention peach blossoms, even peaches have been eaten. As the saying goes, sincerity can split open metal and stone. As long as you have the heart, flowers can bloom again, and fruits can grow again. Are you willing to agree? Everyone in the restaurant jeered. A peach blossom tree in exchange for a full meal. This young master is really kind and elegant. I also want to eat a peach. I am willing to exchange it with a golden bean. Although the madam's face was full of disbelief, she did not want to go against the wishes of so many customers. She smiled. Then let me see where young master's flowers are, and where the fruits are. If you can really do it, even if it is only one peach blossom, one peach, I will let these beggars have a full meal. Then it's a deal. Li Qingshan walked to a peach tree. This peach tree had luxuriant branches and leaves like a canopy. It was unknown how many years it had grown. He caressed the rough trunk of the tree and silently activated the Qilan's strategy of longevity. In an instant, flowers bloomed all over the tree. White, light pink, dark red, and so on. Countless colors swayed in the night wind, and a strong fragrance filled the entire restaurant. And between the branches, peaches formed and grew rapidly. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this scene in disbelief. The madam's mouth opened so wide that she could almost swallow a peach. Even Zhu Yingkai, who knew how powerful Li Qingshan was, let out a sound of admiration. This kind of method to reverse the seasons was simply unbelievable. The hope in his heart became even more fervent. He must become a true cultivator. Everyone came back to their senses and exclaimed one after another. The ladies looked at Li Qingshan with even more splendor. The madam lowered her body and smiled flatteringly. So young master is a sorcerer. Instead of drinking royal wine in Deer Garden, you came here to play with me. Li Qingshan said, the flowers and fruits are here. Hurry up and take out the food. Don't use the leftovers to fool me. How dare you? How dare you? I will instruct the kitchen now. The madam said hurriedly. The beggars cheered. Chapter 1363. When he heard the term fellow, Li Qingshan really felt like it had been a long time since he had heard it. Afterwards, his heart shivered. There was actually a cultivator in the building, and he actually failed to notice it. Of course, it was because it was too noisy, so he did not use his soul sense to investigate. However, this was completely unimaginable in the 9 provinces, let alone the world of 5 continents. He could even see through a person's thoughts. The laws of the mortal realm greatly suppressed the power of the manifestation of the Taoist arts, including even sensing and probing. Even the spirit turtle's premonitions became abnormally blurry. Instead, he relied on his sense of smell the most here. Then he thought back to the feeling of being watched just now, as well as the strange cry of a deer. He could not help but sink into his thoughts. Was it too careless of him to reveal his technique in the city? At this moment, a middle-aged man drifted down, but he was even more exquisite and luxurious. His thin face sported 3 long strands of beard, and his green robes were rather similar to a Taoist's robes. He seemed rather sage-like. He circled around the peach blossom tree a few times, and even plucked a flower to crush it. He placed it in his mouth and tasted it, confirming that it was an actual peach blossom, and not a low-quality smokescreen. Afterwards, he arrived before Li Qingshan and asked in surprise, "What technique is this? How did you do it, fellow?" "A foundation establishment cultivator?" Li Qingshan asked. "That's right, a mere foundation establishment cultivator." The middle-aged man stroked his long beard and said rather complacently, "You're too kind." Li Qingshan smiled. It was exactly because of the restraints of the laws of the world that the human realm was not a world where nascent soul cultivators roamed the streets and golden core cultivators were as common as dogs. Regular qi practitioners were only warlocks. They could not even be regarded as cultivators. There were definitely many cultivators who were more powerful than him, but scattered across the vast human realm, the chances of running into them were basically negligible. If he did not even dare to use a single technique, he would be being overly cautious. "I am Xie Maosher." May I ask for your name and your cultivation? Xie Maosher glanced at Zhu Yingkai and could tell that he was a qi practitioner, but he could not tell the cultivation of the handsome man before him. However, as the saying went, an expert can tell with a single move. This person was no ordinary person. Li Qingshan nascent soul. Li Qingshan released a bit of his aura. However, he did his best to hide the destructive and tyrannical side of the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction, temporarily changing it to the Extreme Emperor's record of the world. Naturally, it exuded an air of nobility, as if the world was in the palm of his hand. A nascent soul cultivator? Xie Maosher turned pale with fright. Initially, he had already guessed that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, perhaps a core formation cultivator. But he didn't expect it to be this high. He hurriedly tidied up his clothes and bowed deeply. So it is Senior Li who has graced us with his presence. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Zhu Yingkai finally got confirmation from Li Qingshan. His face was also full of amazement. But then he thought, Yuanying cultivator, that's a legendary figure. If I can take him as my master, not going to the myriad phenomenon sect would be worth it. Most people didn't understand the meaning behind the two words Yuanying, but they were very familiar with Xie Maosher. He was a person who sat on the same level as the king, and addressed each other as fellow cultivators. He was famous for being casual and not bothering about trifles. They had never seen him so respectful to someone before. The eyes of the ladies were filled with splendor. They couldn't imagine that such a handsome young man would have such a high position among the warlocks. Xie Maosher also couldn't believe it, but then he thought about how those great cultivators didn't look old. That was why he called him senior, and considered himself as a junior, afraid of offending him in the slightest. That would be an unexpected disaster. The brothel keeper's body became even shorter. She carefully said, Sir Li, the food will be ready soon, very soon. Please go upstairs and have a seat. Xie Maosher waved his big sleeves. Why upstairs? This kind of brothel is a disgrace to senior. The brothel keeper's expression stiffened, but she didn't dare to refute. She scolded in her heart. You old pervert, when do you not come to my floral fragrance brothel? Why don't you die of shame? I think you're afraid that if this young masterly comes, which lady will still care about you? Xie Maosher really didn't have such a thought. He was just too excited to see a living Yuanying cultivator. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Senior, the king is currently holding a banquet in Deer Cry Park for cultivators from all over. Why don't we go and drink a few cups of royal wine? No, that's too disrespectful to Senior. I'll send someone to the palace to pass on the message. If I know that Senior is coming, I'll definitely come and welcome you personally. The king is holding a banquet for cultivators, why don't you go? Li Qingshan's heart moved. He was just about to find out some information. So wasn't this a good opportunity? Besides, there were starving corpses everywhere outside the city, and the luxurious life inside the city made him a little uncomfortable. He wanted to meet this incapable ruler and ask him why he was so muddle-headed. Xie Maosher said shamefully, Junior is greedy and lustful. I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior. Li Qingshan smiled and said, A real man will naturally be romantic. There's nothing funny about it. Xie Maosher's eyes lit up. A real man will naturally be romantic. Senior is indeed open-minded. I can't compare to you. I'll order someone to go to the palace and inform the king to open the palace gates to welcome Senior's arrival. There's no need. Just tell me which direction Deer Cry Park is in, and roughly how far is it? Zhu Yingkai instantly understood what Li Qingshan wanted to do, and immediately covered his mouth with both hands. Xie Maosher looked at him strangely, but didn't dare to disobey Li Qingshan's intentions. He pointed in the direction and told him the distance. Treat my guests well. Li Qingshan instructed the old procuress again. Just as the old procuress was about to reply, she saw 3 figures soaring into the sky, flying in the direction of the imperial city. She was so shocked that she fell to the ground. Immortals! Old procuress, send me a few peaches. I'll pay 5 taels of gold, no, 10 taels of gold for them. I'll pay 20 taels of gold. Mother, I want to eat them too. The entire building was filled with noise, and the old procuress was energized. 1 peach for 10 taels of gold. This is the base price. My esteemed guests, please state your price. This is a fair transaction, and the highest bidder wins. If my daughters want to have a taste, they'll have to beg the guests around them. She then instructed a few pimps. All of you treat Sir Li's esteemed guests well. Let them have a good meal. It'll be considered as me doing good deeds. At the same time, in a beautiful imperial palace, deep in the forest, the cries of deer could be heard. And in a pavilion surrounded by clear water, palace maids dressed in light muslin walked back and forth like the clouds, their footsteps light and graceful. The emperor and his ministers were tasting the delicacies while enjoying the music and dance, and the sound of flowing water. It was a leisurely and carefree atmosphere. There was a loud bang as something fell from the sky, causing waves of water to ripple. It was as if a storm was pouring down on the pavilion, startling the palace maids and messing up the music. For a moment, the hairpins in the hair were disheveled, and the cups were overturned. The emperor and his ministers were all shocked. The Emperor of White Deer shouted, "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" He had completely forgotten about his own cultivation level. The ordinary chi practitioners were even worse off. One of them even crawled under the table, his buttocks still sticking out. Below the pavilion a voice shouted, "Your Majesty, don't panic, it's me, it's me!" XH 118. Chapter 1364. Is that you, Minister Xia? The King of White Deer looked around when he heard the voice. How did you fall from the sky and cause such a huge commotion? Your Majesty, I've brought a senior with me to attend the banquet. Below the pavilion, Xia Maosher's face was pale and his stomach churned. He finally understood why Zhu Yingkai was covering his mouth just now. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he could already fly with the wind. However, he was only 3 to 5 feet tall, and could only travel about 7 to 8 miles. He had never experienced such a feeling of flying. Looking at Li Qingshan beside him, who was standing steadily on the surface of the water, the King of White Deer no longer had any doubts about his cultivation. If he was not a nascent soul cultivator, how could he be so powerful? Oh, senior? Who is this senior? The King of White Deer was extremely clear about Xia Maosher's cultivation. When he heard the word senior, his interest was immediately piqued. He quickly tidied up his clothes and sat firmly on his throne, exuding the majesty of a king. He is a nascent soul cultivator. Is that true? The King of White Deer's eyes lit up. Ignoring the mess in the banquet hall, he rushed over to the side of the pavilion in a hurry. Leaning against the railing, he looked down and happened to make eye contact with Li Qingshan's jade-green eyes. As if he had been stunned by an invisible force, he immediately became speechless. Originally, Li Qingshan felt rather disdainful towards the muddle-headed and incompetent King of White Deer. He was the ruler of a country, yet he had managed the country to such a state, purposefully taking him down a notch. Right now, his gaze was filled with judgment, which obviously possessed the power to subdue him. Unexpectedly, the King of White Deer country did not look like the incapable ruler that they had imagined. Instead, he was tall and slender, his eyes were clear and bright, and he wore a crown on his head. His appearance was extraordinary, and he actually had the cultivation of a foundation establishment cultivator. He did not look like an incapable ruler at all. If he was really an idiot, how could he cultivate? Even a chi practitioner would need to put in a lot of effort and intelligence, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator. Welcome, senior. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Please come up and have a chat. The ruler of White Deer country had a fervent expression on his face, not the slightest bit angered by Li Qingshan's display of power. Instead, he became even more courteous. He didn't look like the ruler of a country at all. He looked more like a junior who had met a senior expert. Li Qingshan had experienced many things in the world, so he could naturally see that his attitude was not fake. It was so sincere that he could not find any fault with it. Carrying Zhu Yingkai, Xia Maosher and Zhu Yingkai leaped lightly onto the pavilion. Looking around, the guests were indeed chi practitioners. It was a gathering of cultivators. It was just that it was a little too low-end. The other guests also stood up. Most of them were soaked in water and looked quite wretched, but none of them dared to be disrespectful to Li Qingshan. In fact, some of them even had looks of anger on their faces as they bowed and greeted, "Senior." Li Qingshan nodded his head reservedly. The White Deer Country Lord then asked, "How did Minister Xia meet this senior?" Xia Maoshe recounted everything that had happened in Flowery Fragrance House. From the beginning to the end, the White Deer Country Lord was even more shocked. Seems like such a spell is just a small trick to the senior. This broadened the horizons of those mortals. It was truly a blessing that had been cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Men, remove the old banquet and replace it with a new one. Musicians, play some music to welcome the senior's arrival. He then invited Li Qingshan to a seat of honor, while he sat beside him. The sound of bamboo instruments could be heard again. Li Qingshan watched as the almost untouched dishes were swept into the wooden buckets by the palace maids. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What was the meaning of the saying? Wine and meat go to waste in a luxurious house, and bones freeze to death on the streets. He couldn't help but mock. Fellow Taoist, you are really broad-minded. Carefree and carefree. Hearing the word fellow Taoist, the White Deer Country Lord was even more delighted. Why do you say so, senior? How can I be worthy of such a compliment? The city is surrounded by soldiers, and you still have the mood to hold a banquet? The White Deer Country Lord waved his hand nonchalantly. Senior, you don't have to worry about it. They are just a bunch of lowly commoners. They only dared to do this because they were instigated by bandits. Let's starve them for a few days, and the city will be defused. Let's starve them to death. Dead people won't cause any more trouble, right? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Just by looking at the lax guards on the city walls and the starving beggars in the city, he knew that the city would not be able to hold on for long. The White Deer Country Lord clapped his hands and laughed. Senior, you are right. Li Qingshan was so angry that he laughed. What an incapable ruler! The White Deer Country Lord was not angry at all. An incapable ruler is just a pile of dirt in 100 years. Only by cultivating can one live a long life and live a carefree life. Otherwise, one is just an ant. I no longer care about the matters of the mortal world. Even the position of ruler has become a burden to me. Fortunately, I will be able to take it off my shoulders soon and continue my cultivation in the Myriad Elephant Sect. The Myriad Elephant Sect again. Li Qingshan raised his guard and asked, You must have obtained the writ of immortal ascension? What writ of immortal ascension? That's just a rumor spread by ignorant people. It's actually just a bookmark. The Myriad Elephant Sect has carved many of them. If one could ascend to immortality just by obtaining one, then the world would be filled with immortals long ago. The White Deer Country Lord laughed as he took out a brass bookmark from his sleeves. It was exactly the same as the bookmark Li Qingshan had obtained from the Huilong's cave. Its number was second only to that of the Mystic Wood bookmark. But don't underestimate this bookmark. When I reach the Myriad Elephant Sect, I will have many uses for it. To put it bluntly, this bookmark is like a mortal's gold and silver. If you want anything, you have to use this bookmark to exchange for it. Li Qingshan immediately understood the use of the box of bookmarks. In the Myriad Elephant Sect, bookmarks were used as currency. In other words, the money that Huilong had saved up was divided according to the amount of spiritual qi and the number of bookmarks. Green jade was the most valuable, followed by silver, brass, and mystic wood. Zhuangxi's bookmark was made of mystic wood, while the White Deer Country Lord's bookmark was made of brass. It seemed that this had something to do with their cultivation levels. It sounds like you understand the Myriad Elephant Sect very well. The White Deer Country Lord said proudly. Of course. Our great princess is cultivating in the Myriad Elephant Sect. Great princess? Li Qingshan was surprised. He had only heard of the great emperor. What the hell was a great princess? It was no wonder that although the White Deer Country Lord was respectful to him, he was not as fearful as Xia Maoshe. He had thought that it was because he had the temperament of a king, but now it seemed that there was someone above him. Ordinary mortal kingdoms only last for 100 or 200 years. If it weren't for the great princess, how could the White Deer Country have survived for thousands of years? Li Qingshan thought to himself. He really was at odds with the Myriad Elephant sect. However, this was the Myriad Elephant sect's territory, and all cultivators were related to the Myriad Elephant sect. He had to be careful when dealing with them, so he asked, "What is the great princess's cultivation level?" The White Deer Country Lord cupped his hands towards the sky. The great princess is a direct disciple of the Myriad Elephant sect. She has undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, and is a human sovereign. Li Qingshan was shocked. It was not only because of the great princess's cultivation level, but also because she was a disciple of the Myriad Elephant sect. That meant that the sect leader and the elders above her were human immortals who had undergone at least 6 heavenly tribulations. According to Luo Ho Xiaoming's conjecture, the Myriad Elephant sect was likely to have a perfected immortal. The Myriad Elephant sect was definitely a colossus that he could not afford to offend. Even if he were to face the great princess alone, he would still be far from being her match. He had personally experienced the power of the Hui dragon. Furthermore, it was restricted by the laws of the 9 provinces. In addition, he did not bring the real true Dragon Emperor sword with him. If they were to fight again in the mortal realm, he would have no chance of winning. However, he would not be intimidated by a mere title. He shouted, "So you are fearless and not afraid that your kingdom will be destroyed?" In an instant his aura was released. The lights on the pavilion flickered, and the palace lanterns were extinguished one after another. What do you want to do?" The White Deer Country Lord trembled. As a cultivator, he knew how terrifying a powerful cultivator could be. A realm higher meant a world of difference. The White Deer Country Lord's cultivation level was 2 realms higher than his. If the White Deer Country Lord wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a bug. Senior, please calm down." Xie Maoshe hurriedly tried to calm him down. All the guests trembled and wanted to leave first. On the other hand, the surrounding guards pulled out their swords and shouted, "How dare you? Release His Majesty!" Chapter 1365. I have the protection of the great princess. If you dare harm a single hair on me, she won't let you off. I've already sent her a message in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. She'll be here soon. Ouch. The King of White Deer threatened loudly, which made Li Qingshan even more furious. With a smack, he slapped the incapable ruler across the face, knocking off his high hat and disheveled his hair. Even a single hair on you? In your dreams. The king felt as if his bones had been broken by the slap. His body went limp and he begged again. Senior, we're kindred spirits. Why are you angry at me for those lowly commoners? When Her Royal Highness the Grand Supreme Princess arrives, I'll put in a few good words for you in front of her, and ask her to bestow you a green jade lot, so that you can also join the Wanxiang sect. In the future, we'll be fellow disciples. Who's kindred spirits with you? You have a green jade lot? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Zhu Yingsai's lot was made of profound wood, while the King of White Deer's lot was made of brass. In terms of cultivation, he would need a green jade lot to use the Immortal's Tablet of Ascension. A green jade lot is so precious. I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. How could I have one? With your cultivation at the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Tribulation, you need a green jade lot to join the Myriad sect. If you're willing to help me kill those rebels outside the city, the Great Princess will definitely reward you generously. The White Deer Country is named after her. It's her motherland. The king couldn't help but reveal his true intentions. The people outside the city were like a raging fire. They had been besieging the city for nearly a month, and there were beggars everywhere. Chaos could break out at any time. Once the city was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had already sent a message to the Great Princess of the Myriad sect asking for help, but there had been no reply. This time, he had gathered all the warlocks for a banquet. He was already preparing to escape the city and join the Myriad sect. However, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Great Princess. Just as he said, the White Deer Country was the motherland of the Great Princess. Who knew what kind of punishment would befall the country under his rule? He pretended not to care, and continued to hold the banquet. Firstly, He was confident that he could escape the city with his cultivation. Secondly, it was to deceive people and reassure them. When he saw Li Qingshan, a great nascent soul stage cultivator, an idea came to his mind. He planned to treat Li Qingshan to a feast first, and when he was drunk and couldn't refuse, he would beg Li Qingshan to take action and defeat the rebels outside the city. Then he would be able to get away easily. Who knew that Li Qingshan's temper was so explosive, completely different from what he looked like on the surface. Even after hearing the name of the Wanxiang sect, they still dared to make a move against him. You muddle-headed ruler. You wanted me to help you get out of this predicament. Humph, you wish. Li Qingshan's heart was filled with killing intent. His eyes were about to emit a red light, but he suddenly thought of something and quietly restrained himself. The Emperor of White Deer sat down on the ground. At this time, new delicacies and wine were brought in by the palace servants. When the palace attendants saw that the monarch was being held in someone's hand, they were all pale with fright and didn't dare to approach. Li Qingshan felt extremely hungry and shouted, "Give me the meat, or I'll dig out your hearts and livers to go with the wine." The Emperor of White Deer shouted from under his butt, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and bring the wine and food to the senior." Li Qingshan drank the wine and ate the food as soon as they were served. He acted as if there was no one else around and fell into deep thought. He wanted to walk the path of the Qilin and win people over with virtue. But why did he end up becoming murderous? The Qilin's strategy of longevity didn't improve at all, and it was even more difficult to deal with than the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Could it be that I'm not a good person from birth and can only kill and set fires because I can't cultivate good karma? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he made up his mind that he had to go to the Wanxiang sect. Only by coming into contact with stronger cultivators would he be able to truly understand the Tao of the human world and find the path to the bottomless abyss, accumulating resources for further cultivation. The only problem was that although he had the green jade lot from the Dragon Pool Cave, it was not convenient for him to take it out. After all, it was much more valuable than the Mystic Wood lot. If the Wanxiang sect questioned him about his origins, it would be difficult for him to answer. He might even expose himself and fall into their trap. Zhu Yingkai suddenly said, "Senior, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Li Qingshan glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Seeing the conflicted look on his face, he could guess what he was thinking. He wanted Li Qingshan to bring him to the Wanxiang sect, but he was also afraid that the Grand Princess would hold a grudge against him because of him. It was only now that he made up his mind, but he was still panicking. "If Senior wants to join the Wanxiang sect, could you bring me along? There are too many bandits along the way. If I had to walk alone, I might not be able to reach the destination in my lifetime." Li Qingshan said, "All right." Zhu Yingkai was overjoyed. "Really?" He kowtowed a few more times. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." Under Li Qingshan's butt, the king of Bailu called out, "Senior, could you bring me along as well?" It was not easy to leave the city. Although he could fly for a short distance, he could not go more than 10 miles. If he fell into the hands of the bandits, he would be in danger. Those bandits hated him to the core and would do anything to kill him. Li Qingshan was stunned by his shamelessness. He patted the king's head and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, fatuous ruler. You're on your own now." Grabbing Zhu Yingkai, the White Deer Heavenly King flew away. He crawled out from under the table and spat venomously. "Just you wait. When I reach the Myriad Elephant sect, I will definitely report this matter to Her Highness, the Grand Princess." The night wind whistled. Li Qingshan looked down from the sky. The lights in the city were waning. There were few people on the streets. Most of them had already gone to bed. Only a few beggars were wandering around, rummaging through trash. The darkness of the night highlighted the campfires in the surrounding refugee camps. It was as if a wildfire had surrounded the city and was slowly burning away. No one knew when the fire would break. Zhu Yingkai had flown twice and had become much bolder. He asked loudly, "Senior, are we going to the Wanxiang sect now? Wait for me here." Li Qingshan tossed Zhu Yingkai onto the top of a tall pagoda and landed silently in front of the Flowery Fragrance restaurant. The noisy and lively Fenglu city had also quietened down at this moment. The doors were already tightly shut, and the lights were already dim. Only 2 rows of red lanterns remained, illuminating the swaying shadows of the trees. Li Qingshan came to the peach tree and touched its trunk again. The peach blossoms fell, and the green leaves withered. The tree was dead. He had stimulated its life force, but he had also used up all of its life force. Perhaps he had helped a group of beggars eat their fill, but could he still be considered a Qilin after killing them? Killing the incompetent emperor was indeed satisfying. Putting aside the princess and the Wanxiang sect, the death of the incompetent emperor would definitely cause chaos in the city. What good would the refugees do when they break into the city? It would be hard to avoid another round of looting, turning Whitestag into a living hell. What crime would the people in the city have? I did not kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. He suddenly realized that the path of the Qilin wasn't as simple as it seemed. It wasn't enough to have a benevolent heart and a bit of compassion. Many times, he had too many worries and couldn't act freely. Even when he wanted to be a hero, he was restrained. After such a long time, I still haven't mastered the first stage of the Qilin strategy of longevity. Perhaps it's because I haven't understood the essence of it, and only want to win people over with virtue. But ever since I entered the human realm, have I done anything that counts as winning people over with virtue? He sat cross-legged under the peach tree, and silently practiced the Qilin strategy of longevity. His experiences since coming to the human realm flashed before his eyes. The Qilin was a benevolent divine beast. Did benevolence mean doing good deeds? But what was good? Killing a tree to save a person, killing a city to kill an incompetent emperor, and killing countless people because of a single thought of benevolence. No, this wasn't the path of the Qilin. If I sacrificed the sky-climbing vine to save all the people in the 9 states, I wouldn't have succeeded either. Killing an ant to save a person was not a Qilin. Killing one to save 10,000 was not a Qilin. Li Qingshan's mind was clear and he said, "Life and death are determined by fate. It's the same for a tree and the same for a country. Whitestag should have been destroyed a long time ago, but because of the power of cultivators, it survived for 1,000 years. The emperor's goal was to cultivate, and didn't have the mood to govern the country. He allowed the people to live in chaos, and had no choice but to attack Whitestag. But under the protection of a human emperor, even an army of 1,000,000 couldn't break through the city. They could only starve to death. Most of the survivors survived by eating humans, and didn't have the strength to resist. They were chased back to the land by the army in the city, never to rise again until the next time the world descended into chaos. That princess is such a bastard. Is that so?" A gentle female voice suddenly sounded behind Li Qingshan. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1367. All of Li Qingshan's hair stood on end. Suddenly, he looked back and saw a white deer standing on the roof of a building on the opposite side of the street. Its antlers pierced into the starry sky like translucent coral. A bright moon hung behind its head, illuminating its snow-white fur and twinkling with 9 colored specks. It was clearly so beautiful and enchanting, but it did not give off a domineering aura at all. It was gentle and noble like a smear of moonlight, and he had actually failed to sense its approach. Recalling the name of the Whitestag kingdom and the many wild deer they kept in the city, Li Qingshan asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you're the Grand Princess? Is there something wrong with your eyes? I'm clearly a 9-colored deer, so how can I be a human princess?" The 9-colored deer leapt up gracefully on its sturdy limbs, arriving before Li Qingshan without a single speck of dust on its hooves. It stared at him with interest with its pitch-black eyes that only had the scara. "Jiaoer, you're talking nonsense again." A slender voice suddenly rang out. The 9-colored deer's voice was already very gentle, but this voice was even softer. Even though it was a scolding, it sounded like a whisper, almost melting into the air. This surprised Li Qingshan yet again. Only now did he notice that there was a woman with long hair as black as ink sitting on the 9-colored deer's back. She seemed to be rather shy with strangers. Her head was lowered, and her eyes were lowered, like a shy water lily. However, she just sat there casually, Her figure was much more slender than the average woman, which made Li Qingshan wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. Otherwise, how could he not have noticed her? Her method of hiding her presence was no worse than the spirit turtle's, which made him even more wary. After a closer look, he discovered that she was not hiding her presence. Instead, she was perfectly blending in with her surroundings. She was as natural as a clump of bamboo that had grown for several decades, and she did not attract any attention at all. The nine-colored deer was able to get so close to him without being noticed. It was probably because of her as well. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan came to a conclusion. This woman's cultivation was far above his own, and she was definitely not an opponent he could match up to. In fact, it was very likely that she was the grand princess that the White Deer Country King had spoken of. In addition, the nine-colored deer beneath him seemed to be a strange beast with unknown strength, so he had even less of a chance of victory. With the speed at which she was jumping just now, it would not be easy for her to even escape. "You blockhead," he called you a bastard, and you still don't allow me to speak. "Brat, it's not too late to change your words now," the nine-colored deer threatened. However, her appearance was too gentle and elegant, so there wasn't much force behind it. The one who was scolded as a blockhead was the woman. She still lowered her head and said softly, "Others scolding me is their business. What does it have to do with us? If he is right, then we should correct ourselves. Not only should we not be angry, but we should also thank him. What if I'm wrong? Are you a bastard?" the nine-colored deer asked. "Since I'm not a bastard, then it has nothing to do with us." The nine-colored deer lowered her head with an expression that said, "I've been defeated by you." Li Qingshan was already prepared to fight to the death, but he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What was going on? Not only was she not angry after being scolded, she even spoke up for him. Could it be that I finally met the legendary good person? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. "Is this still the cultivation path that I'm familiar with?" he probed. "Are you the grand princess?" The woman gave an almost imperceptible "in." "I scolded you, and you're not angry? You don't want to kill me?" Li Qingshan's eyes widened, and he used his hand as a knife to draw a line across his neck. "You're a good person. I won't kill you even if I'm angry." The woman glanced at him. Seeing that he looked like he was about to commit suicide, she couldn't help but smile, like a green ripple on the surface of a lake. After Li Qingshan came to the cultivation path, the people he saw were either bandits or rebels, as well as that insignificant foundation-building cultivator. Even Zhu Yingkai, who was saved by him, didn't show much gratitude. Instead, he only wanted to hitch a ride and take advantage of the situation. It almost made him wonder if he had made a mistake when he wanted to win people over by virtue. Now that he heard such simple and honest words, and was even praised as a good person, he was so moved that he wanted to cry. "How do you know that I'm a good person?" He suddenly remembered the feeling of being watched, as well as the strange cry of a deer, and suddenly came to a realization. "So you've been following me all this time?" the nine-colored deer said with dissatisfaction. "What do you mean we've been following you all this time? We've been here for a long time. We just watched as you jumped over the wall." The tip of his nose sniffed Li Qingshan's body. "You seem to have the bloodline of a Qilin? You can even smell this." Li Qingshan's heart trembled. Low-level cultivators in the mortal world were undoubtedly a bunch of weaklings, but powerful cultivators would definitely have many methods that he didn't understand. Fortunately, he encountered this pair of weirdos, or else he would really be in great danger. "Of course. Strange, there seems to be another smell." The nine-colored deer moved closer, and the woman on its back also moved closer. Her face slightly reddened, and she said angrily, "Jiu air." Li Qingshan took a step back. Men and women should not touch each other. "Miss, please conduct yourself." "You brat, you're really looking for death. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I believe that the two of you aren't the kind of people who would willfully kill the innocent." And the deer? Sigh, a kind person will be bullied, and a kind deer will be ridden." Li Qingshan cupped his hands. "I am Li Qingshan. May I ask the names of the two fellow Taoists?" Ninth grade aunt. Guan Yaozhu. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Although this 9-colored deer's cultivation wasn't low, it was at least a demon arch, or even a demon sovereign. However, it wasn't very old. In the mortal world, one's realm was inferior to others, so it was really difficult to determine the specific cultivation. And this Guan Yaozhu was undoubtedly a human sovereign. A human sovereign with such temperament and temperament was simply the polar opposite of Chuolong. It was really interesting. What are you doing here? Are you here to protect that incapable ruler? Guan Yaozhu stroked the withered peach tree. This peach tree is dead because of you. Li Qingshan said frankly. That's right, so I'm also a bastard. Doing great good is not enough to cover up a small evil. He saw that the withered peach tree was once again growing many tender green sprouts, recovering its vitality. Li Qingshan didn't feel a trace of magic power fluctuation. This kind of method of harmonizing time and operating nature was far more brilliant than the Qilin's strategy of longevity. He even felt that her temperament and temperament were more suitable to cultivate the Qilin's strategy of longevity. A hint of sorrow appeared on her face, and she said softly, "You're right. Life and death, withering and flourishing, have their own destiny. This is the case for a tree, and so is a country. I can revive a withered tree, but I can't revive a fallen country. In Buddhist terms, this is divine power is no match for karma." Chapter 1368. The 9-colored deer turned around and licked the woman's face, comforting the sorrowful woman. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that this 9-colored deer was probably the legendary mount. It was just that the master on her back was so weak that people had overlooked this point. Perhaps the relationship between master and mount was not as simple as one might imagine. After all, they were together day and night. Suddenly, he had the urge to compare himself with a child. Do all the powerful cultivators of the human realm have mounts? Then I can't lose to them and lose my limelight. Feng Yuan, that brat, is not bad. He's a purebred phoenix. And he's not far from the 4th heavenly tribulation. It's only right for his son to carry his father. Achoo! In the mutant continent of the 5 continents, in the city amidst the clouds, the king of the feather people, Li Fengyuan, rubbed his nose. He didn't know that his heartless father had already made him a mount. Li Qingshan revealed a satisfied smile and asked, "How did you two meet? Why is this place called the White Deer Country?" The 9-colored deer could not help but recall a long, long time ago. Help, help! The young hunter's desperate cry for help echoed in the forest. His body slowly sank into the swamp, paying the price for his impulsiveness. The hunting dog spun around helplessly. Suddenly, it turned around and barked toward the depths of the forest. The young hunter struggled to raise his head from the mud and looked toward the forest. He saw a white deer walking out of the forest. Its antlers were like coral, and its snow-white fur was dotted with colorful spots. Even at this critical moment, the young hunter was shocked by its elegance and beauty. He begged the white deer, "Please save me." The white deer blinked its eyes and lightly stepped across the surface of the swamp, arriving in front of him. It extended its antlers toward him. The young hunter grabbed the antlers tightly and was dragged out of the swamp. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He promised the white deer that was walking toward the depths of the swamp, "Thank you, I'll definitely repay you." Soon, he fulfilled his promise. He returned to the swamp with a gift. The white deer felt the kindness and accepted the gift. It was also curious about this strange creature. From then on, the young hunter often went deep into the forest and brought back things that only humans had to give to the white deer, such as a piece of salt or a bamboo flute. The white deer returned the gift by picking precious Ganoderma and medicinal herbs. The man and the deer gradually became friends. Not only did they exchange gifts, but they also played together in the forest and spent a lot of time together. The white deer experienced unprecedented joy, and the young hunter gradually became rich because of the white deer's gifts. He even married and had children. He was well aware of the rarity and preciousness of the white deer. If other hunters found out about it, the consequences would be unthinkable. So he had always kept this secret. However, this aroused his wife's suspicions. Once, she quietly followed him into the forest. He saw the white deer, and was also discovered by the white deer. The young hunter introduced her to the white deer. "This is my wife." Bai Lu was a little disappointed. The way that the woman looked at her made her even more uneasy. When the young hunter returned home, his wife persuaded him. "What a beautiful white deer. Look at those antlers. And that fur. If you give it to the king, you won't have to hunt in the mountains anymore." The young hunter was very angry and scolded his wife. However, a seed was planted in his heart. Gradually, he was no longer young and no longer impulsive. Wrinkles began to appear on his forehead. He matured day by day, and had a few children. Every time he met someone richer, his wife would mention this matter. The hunter gradually stopped scolding her. The seed grew and sprouted, turning into a terrifying thought. "If I give it to the king, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life." After hesitating for a long time, he prepared the traps and poisons, and once again walked towards the swamp in the forest. Not long after, the white deer was locked in an iron cage and sent to the king. His heart was filled with grief and anger. He did not understand why the hunter would do this. They had known each other for so many years. Not only did she save his life, but she also let him live a prosperous life. Why was he not satisfied? Was this what humans were like? The ministers were amazed by the white deer's beauty. One of the ministers said flatteringly, "Your Majesty, if you place this pair of antlers in your study, it will definitely be pleasing to the eye. Your Highness, look at this fur. It will definitely set off your beauty. Deer blood and deer meat are the most nourishing. Princess Yaozhu's body is not good. She can use some." At this moment, the little princess hiding behind her mother suddenly shouted, "I won't eat it." The white deer raised her head. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. She panicked and choked with sobs. "She is so sad. You still want to eat her?" The white deer's eyes widened. The king laughed and rubbed her head. "Yaozhu, it's just a deer. How can it know what sadness is?" The queen smiled and said, "This deer is also very beautiful. It doesn't look like an ordinary beast. Although I don't know if it knows sadness, I can't bear to see my dear daughter sad. How about this? Let's put it in the beast's garden. You can admire it when you have time. I have fox fur coats, so this deer skin won't make a difference." Thus, the white deer kept her life, but she lost her precious freedom. She was even sadder at the betrayal of her friend. She didn't eat or drink and silently waited for death. One night, the white deer heard a sound outside the garden. A small figure climbed over the wall and almost fell to the ground. Her dress was torn, and she looked a little embarrassed. It was the little princess. She came to the white deer's side and took out a large bunch of flowers and vegetables from her bosom. They were all stained with soil and roots. She placed them in front of the white deer and said, "Little deer, I heard that you don't like to eat. I also have many things that I don't like to eat, especially mutton. The taste is so strong, pork, beef. But there are many delicious dishes, such as spinach, cabbage." She said a lot of things to herself and asked, "Which of these dishes do you like to eat? I know it's not good to be locked up. Once again, I broke a rui, imperial mother." He rambled on for a long while before naturally returning to the topic. "So don't be sad. I'll take good care of you. When I grow up a bit, I'll definitely let you go." The white deer stared at her for a long time. Finally, it lowered its head and ate. It survived in this human garden. The little princess also slowly grew up. She accompanied the white deer every day and never left it. She was jokingly called Princess White Deer by the people. The white deer had long since recovered its strength. The colorful spots on its body became brighter and brighter. It could already easily climb over the high wall, but it stayed because of the princess. Until one day, when they were playing in the garden, a heroic woman wearing light armor descended from the sky. "Wow, there's a 9-colored deer here. How lucky. Little girl, is this your deer? How much money do you want? I'll buy this deer." The white deer couldn't help but retreat. It felt that this woman was terrifying. "Sister, I'm not selling it." The princess shook her head. The woman pinched the princess's cheek. "Little girl, you have a sweet mouth. You don't look like you're poor. How about this? If you give it to me, I'll let you stay young and beautiful forever." Just as the white deer started to worry, the princess said firmly, "Sister, I don't want it." The woman pinched the white deer's cheeks with both hands and pulled hard. "Tsk, you're too young. You don't know the value of youth. You'll regret it when you grow old." The white deer waved its antlers and pushed the woman's hands away. "Sister, I won't regret it. You should go. If the guards find you, it'll be bad." "Ha, you're a good girl. It's rare for a deer like you to have the heart to protect its master. If I force you two to separate, I'll be unreasonable. If that's the case, then come with me." The woman summoned a gust of wind and carried the princess and the white deer away. She left behind these words: "This girl and this deer are being taken away by the Wanxiang sect's Chao Tianjiao." From then on, the white deer and the princess became legends. Many years later, the king grew old, and the enemy invaded the city. The army surrounded the city and attacked for months. They swore to slaughter the people in the city. At this time, the princess rode on the white deer and walked through the air. Her antlers shone brightly, illuminating the night sky. The enemies panicked and did not dare to attack again. The country continued to exist. In order to commemorate and pray for blessings, the country changed its name to the White Deer Country. Raising deer became a trend, and was even made the country's law. In front of the king's sickbed, the princess promised that she would protect the city forever, and that it would not be invaded by any foreign enemies. At this time, Li Qingshan's ears twitched. He heard a commotion coming from the east gate. The noise was getting louder and louder. There were screams, and the sound of arrows piercing through the air. Gradually flames rose. Someone shouted, "Kill the incapable king, kill the white deer." This was the rebel army's slogan. "The rebels have entered the city." The 9-colored deer turned around and snorted in disdain. "Father, Yaozhu is going to miss our appointment." Wan Yaozhu prayed to the heavens. "Jiu Air, let's go." She took out a green jade bookmark from her sleeve and handed it to Li Qingshan. "This bookmark is for you. I hope we can meet again in the Wanxiang sect." Li Qingshan took the green jade bookmark. "Consider it a loan." "All right." Wan Yaozhu smiled. The 9-colored deer took a few leaps and disappeared into the sky. The commotion in the city grew louder and louder. Lanterns were lit in the floral fragrance house. Everywhere was ablaze. Li Qingshan gripped the green jade lot firmly and paced around the peach tree for a while. He had no idea whether it could survive the fire tonight or not. He sighed gently and slowly rose into the air, overlooking the chaotic city. The buildings were set alight, and the deer were slaughtered. "Senior, save me. I beg you, save me." The king of white deer was surrounded on a tall building by the ants, he called. There were only a dozen guards around him. The magicians were nowhere to be seen. He had cast spells continuously, and had almost exhausted all of his magic power. If he dared to fly in the air, he would be pierced by arrows. When he saw Li Qingshan in the sky, he shouted for help. Li Qingshan glanced at him, and did not look back. He grabbed Zhu Yingkai, who was on the tower, and flew in the direction of the Wanxiang sect. He was looking forward to it. That place might be different from what he had imagined. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1369. The 9-colored deer galloped between the clouds and the moonlight. The woman on its back seemed to be deep in thought. The two seemed to melt into the moonlight. The 9-colored deer turned around and said, "Softy, I know you admire that kid, but a green jade lot is too valuable." Wan Yaozhu smiled and said, "Didn't he say he borrowed it?" "Humph, will he return it just because he borrowed it? Even if he does, it's to curry favor with you, so that you can take care of him in the future. I've seen many people like him." Wan Yaozhu was surprised and said, "How can that be? He has such a high cultivation, but he still takes pity on a bunch of beggars. He doesn't use violence when he is offended, and he even regrets killing a peach tree. He knows the relationship between the White Deer Country and me, but he still flew into a rage and risked offending me and the Myriad Nature sect to teach that muddle-headed ruler a lesson. He didn't kill him because of a moment of pleasure. How can such a person be the kind of person you say he is? I only said a few words, and you're already saying so much. Don't you find it annoying?" Wan Yaozhu said, Am I wrong? The nine-colored deer shook its head and said, Fine, fine, you always have a point. I always measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Guan Yaozhu asked curiously, Do you hate him that much? But didn't you say that he has the bloodline of a Qilin? He should be pleasing to you. Sigh, a Qilin is a benevolent beast. No wonder he has such a benevolent heart. I knew you were heartless. You've long wanted to get rid of me and find a Qilin as a mount. Guan Yaozhu covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, a pity he isn't a Qilin. She suddenly realized that this bad guy was a little strange, and blushed slightly. The nine-colored deer pondered and said, It's strange. Apart from the Qilin's aura, he seems to have some other aura. But it doesn't feel like a human's. It makes me feel a little uneasy. Sigh, if he really is a Qilin, then I don't have to worry about anything. But he is still a human. Bloodline is bloodline. And the human heart is the human heart. One must not have the heart to harm others. But one must be wary of others, especially those stinky men. You can't guess how many bad intentions they have in their hearts. I'm just pouring some cold water on you, lest you get too excited and get tricked. Guan Yaozhu smiled and said, Shouldn't I be happy to meet such a person? There were already too many bad people in this world. If good people were guarded against each other and didn't trust each other, how sad would that be? I am willing to believe in him, even if he disappoints me one day. The nine-colored deer said, I really can't do anything to you, but I'll help you keep an eye on him. If he dares to disappoint you, I will definitely not let him off. Then I'll have to trouble you. I believe we'll meet again soon. Guan Yaozhu smiled and stroked the nine-colored deer's neck. As if recalling something terrible, he frowned and said, The entrance examination this time seems to be hosted by Senior Lutian. The nine-colored deer's interest was immediately piqued. Ha, it's that old gambler. That'll be interesting. Guan Yaozhu sighed and said, And the entrance examination this time seems to be at Blackwater Bay's Yuan-fused mountain. Oh, it's there. Furthermore, Lutian is the chief examiner. Those who participate in this examination will be in trouble. Unfortunately, they will become gambling tools. Jior, turn around. Let's go to the primordial magnetic mountain. I want to persuade Senior Brother Lu again. The entrance examination was related to the future of the entire Myriad Nature sect. How can you use it to gamble? You've been persuading him since he first joined the sect. It's already been 1,000 years, and you still won't give up? Whether he listens or not is up to him. Whether he persuades or not is up to me. Sigh, what a piece of wood. And it's hollow. The nine-colored deer shook his head helplessly. He turned around and galloped toward the west. As he walked in the pitch-black cave, Li Qingshan suddenly had the illusion that he had returned to the Nine Prefectures world and the underground cave. The strong disturbance of the earth-fiendish magnetic field affected the magic power in his body, and even the operation of his small world. However, he was not underground at the moment. He was just walking in a mountain range. He could still clearly remember the scene of this mountain range from the sky not long ago. A black mountain that stretched for hundreds of miles was like a black dragon, winding its way into the sea. Not a single blade of grass grew on the mountain, as if it was made of black iron. The mountain range sank into the bay, dyeing the seawater pitch black. Thus it was called Blackwater Bay. However, the name of this mountain was not Primordial Magnetic Mountain, but Black Dragon Mountain. Primordial Magnetic Mountain was just a name. A mountain made of stones was called Stone Mountain, and a mountain rich in copper was called Copper Mountain. This Primordial Magnetic Mountain also produced a type of mineral, Primordial Magnetic Iron, which could be used to create magical weapons that could break through true Kong armor. It was a very valuable mineral. However, it was not easy to mine this mineral. The earth-fiendish magnetic field would make a cultivator as weak as a mortal, and they would not be able to use their divine telekinesis to explore. The Myriad Nature sect clearly knew how to make use of the interns. The examination this time was to use 3 days to walk from one end of the mountain range to the other. At the same time, they had to collect as much primordial magnetic field as possible. After 3 days, they would arrive at the agreed location. As long as they handed over a piece of primordial magnetic field, they would pass the examination. After that they would become a glorious servant, or servant. However, the message conveyed by the direct disciple named Lu Tian was filled with malice. At that time, there were already more than 1,000 people gathered in the open space in front of the mountain. There were men and women, young and old, and their cultivations varied. Some of them had been waiting there for a whole month. Seeing that the examination was about to begin, no one from the myriad nature sect had arrived. Li Qingshan suddenly looked up. The sky was flashing with golden light, and it was rapidly enlarging. With a loud bang, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the earth shook. A three-legged golden toad descended from the sky. Li Qingshan raised his hand to block the wind and sand. When he looked up, he saw a pair of slender phoenix eyes. Because they were overflowing with a smile, they were almost squinting into two lines. It was hard to see the expression of the eyes clearly, and he could not even be sure if the person was looking at him or not. However, Li Qingshan felt like he was being watched. My friends, you have waited for a long time. I am the examiner for this examination, Lu Tian. Remember, not Lu as in music, but Lu as in happiness. If you can pass this examination, you can call me Brother Lu from now on. The man sat on the three-legged golden toad. He had phoenix eyes, a hooked nose and thin lips. There were 3 rings on each of his hands, all of them of different styles. There was also a golden necklace around his neck, and he was wearing an extremely tacky silk robe. He was dressed in jewels, but they did not match his attire at all. He looked like the foolish son of a rich landlord, who wished he could wear everything he owned. However, Li Qingshan had a feeling that this Lu Tian was undoubtedly a Renhuang, and he was much more dangerous than any of the cultivators who had passed the 5th tribulation, be it Chualong, Ruan Yaozhu, or that Emperor Li of the Hungry Ghost realm. But this is clearly the first time we met. Why is he staring at me? Did he give himself away? Or was it just my imagination? Croak. The three-legged golden toad opened its mouth and let out a thunderous cry, almost shattering the eardrums of those who heard it. Lu Tian said with a smile, "Well, those who are participating in the assessment, throw in your bookmarks. If anyone is willing to feed this treasure of mine with gold, I will thank him." The cultivators stepped forward one after another, and threw their bookmarks into the mouth of the golden toad. There were nearly 1,000 mysterious wooden bookmarks, hundreds of brass bookmarks, and more than 20 silver bookmarks. Only the cyan jade bookmarks were the least, with only a few bookmarks. Every bookmark holder attracted everyone's attention. However, Li Qingshan had a feeling of being monitored. Ever since he came to the human realm, it seemed that he had always encountered this feeling. It was really terrible. After entering the myriad manifestations sect, he must quickly find the path to the ultimate, and at the same time, improve his cultivation. There were obviously many rich people among the cultivators. Many people took out a large amount of gold from their simmer rings and fed it to the golden toad. Yamcha smiled in greeting, making those people feel flattered. The people who came later would more or less take out a little gold, and those who didn't have it would borrow from the people around them. However, in Li Qingshan's view, this guy always had a smile on his face. He threw the cyan jade bookmark and wanted to turn around and leave. Lu Tian suddenly asked, "Hey kid, don't you have any gold?" "Sorry, I don't have any." Chapter 1370. Very good. Very good. Ha 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 ha. Lu Tian suddenly burst into laughter. His mask-like smiling face seemed to have come to life. However, it silenced everyone present. They were worried that Li Qingshan's answer had angered this person. Li Qingshan saw the situation and felt a little sad for them. The laughter of a superior was enough to incite fear in the inferior. However, Lu Tian didn't seem to be hostile. Instead, he looked at him with a gaze that made Li Qingshan feel disgusted, like a human looking at an interesting animal that could bring him some benefits. Under the gaze of the three-legged golden toad's cold, merciless eyes, Li Qingshan bowed to Lu Tian and walked to the side. When everyone had put down their bookmarks, the three-legged golden toad closed its mouth again. Lu Tian first introduced the contents of the test, then suddenly changed the topic. Everyone must know that in my myriad appearance sect, No matter what level of cultivation you have, you must start as a servant. After accumulating a certain amount of contribution, you will be promoted step by step. Attendant, study companion, master, master, and finally, a true disciple. Every step has many benefits, no less than passing a tribulation, and greatly beneficial to cultivation. The Myriad Appearance sect has always been known for its fairness. This time, I did not order you around for nothing. As long as you pass the test, this piece of yuan magnet will be your first contribution to the sect. The more you put in, the greater the reward. You might even be able to start as an attendant, or even a study companion, and earn a fortune. Apart from this, there is another great benefit waiting for you. After 3 days, whoever has the most yuan magnet will be the champion of this test, and will be promoted 3 levels, directly becoming a master disciple from a servant. Not only will they be able to receive weapons, mounts, and residences, they will also be able to freely enter and exit the Heavenly Book Pavilion. If you add in the contribution of yuan magnet, you will not be far from becoming a master disciple. This is like reaching the heavens in a single step. The second place will be ranked I, and will be promoted 2 levels to study companion. The third place will be third flower, and will be promoted 1 level to attendant. This will save you a lot of time and energy. I hope that everyone will do their best, and add a true disciple to the Myriad Appearance sect. This encouraging proclamation caused everyone's eyes to light up. No one entered the Myriad Appearance sect to be a servant. In particular, the few nascent soul cultivators, who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations, were all determined to obtain it. Someone in the crowd suddenly asked, "Senior, can I ask if the contribution of the vital magnet has to be mined by ourselves?" The atmosphere froze. None of the people present were fools. They all knew what this meant. It wasn't his. Then it could only belong to someone else. It could be prepared in advance, bought from someone else, or even snatched. The person who asked this question was full of malice. Everyone looked left and right, but they didn't know who was speaking. In the end, the suspects were the few nascent soul cultivators. Lutian's smile didn't change. He spread his hands and said, "Everyone knows that all surveillance methods are useless in the Origin Magnetic Mountain. I can only ask everyone to work hard. However, due to the influence of the Earth-fiendish magnetic field, this was definitely not a competition with a great disparity in strength. The Myriad Appearance sect naturally encouraged their fellow disciples to be friendly. But since you haven't entered the Myriad Appearance sect yet, you naturally aren't bound by the sect's rules." The atmosphere became even more solemn. The spacious cave not far away was like the open mouth of a vicious beast. The hanging rock pillars were like fangs, waiting to devour flesh and blood. Everyone became vigilant and distanced themselves. Standing together with people they knew, there was no longer the peace and friendliness they had just now. Once they entered the cave, everyone around them could become their enemy. And the few people who had cast the green jade lots just now received especially many vigilant gazes. Li Qingshan relied on his harmless face and gentle and friendly temperament. Even the one who didn't receive much attention was also muttering in his heart, "He's deliberately provoking internal strife to make us kill each other. What is he trying to do?" With a weirdo like Ruan Yaozhu, the Myriad Appearance sect definitely isn't a demonic sect. Could it be to test one's temperament? But using this kind of method to test one's temperament is either cruel or stupid. The human heart is ever-changing, and is always influenced by the environment. If someone purposely set up an extreme environment to dig out the so-called dark side of human nature, they can only be said to be extremely stupid. In the end, any conclusion they draw is no different from bullshit. Ah! A shrill cry echoed in the deep and wide cave, pulling Li Qingshan back from his memories. Even though the feeling of being watched was much fainter now, it was still there. He could even imagine Lutian's mask-like smiling face. After experiencing what happened in Bailu country, he definitely wouldn't treat this feeling as an illusion again. That guy must be using some kind of method to monitor everyone in the Divine Essence-fused mountain. But why? He didn't know that when everyone entered the Divine Essence-fused mountain, outside the cave, 4 figures descended from the sky. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and they all had different temperaments. Some were cold and arrogant, standing with their hands behind their back. Some were mysterious and had intelligent eyes. Some were deep and silent, and some were calm and peaceful with anger on their faces. But all of them had a calm demeanor, and were on equal footing with Lation. Needless to say, all of them had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, and were human sovereigns. Even in the human realm, human sovereigns were powerful existences that were only a step away from becoming human immortals. Usually, they would cultivate separately, and would rarely gather together unless something big happened. However, this kind of entrance test was not a big deal to the Myriad Phenomenon sect. It was indeed strange that so many direct disciples came to watch. Fellow brothers and sisters, watch carefully. The gamble is about to begin. Junior sister Juan, stop glaring at me. Why don't we make a bet? Senior brother Le, how can you do this? You'll get many people killed. Not many people can pass the test this time. The one leading will definitely be a vicious and despicable person. How are you going to explain this to the 2 sect masters? Wan Yaozhu glared at Lation. Although her voice was gentle, it was firm. The 9-colored deer raised its head proudly, ignoring the 3-legged golden toad beside it. The other 3 direct disciples looked like they were watching a good show. Senior brother Pai, who had a mysterious temperament, laughed. Senior brother Le, you're in trouble this time. Wan Yaozhu immediately pointed her spear at them. Senior brother Ren, senior brother Pai, senior brother Lung, you 3 are really too much. As direct disciples, how can you be so unrestrained? Not only did you not dissuade him, but you also made a bet with senior brother Lu. The 3 true disciples either kept their heads low and didn't speak, or looked up at the sky and laughed. They couldn't be more familiar with junior sister Ruan's temperament. In the entire Wanxiang sect, which true disciple hadn't been taught a lesson by her? They were simply too embarrassed to call themselves true disciples. Even the 2 patriarchs have been taught many lessons by her. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.